Hello. Hello, morning, morning.
Yes, yes. Yeah, David Lloyd on day 4 here, and the wind has changed round. It's coming from the other direction. It's very rare, is that? That's a rare wind. Doesn't come from that end.
Best of the weather then for the final day of the Roses clash here at Old Trafford. Manchester, well, very subdued driving in this morning after the Champions League final. And Lancashire with a great chance of lifting the spirits of the locals. Dominant, totally dominant really over the last 3 days, and a great opportunity to cement their position at the top of the table. Yorkshire begin the day on 85 for 2. Stubborn resistance from Adam Lyth and Tom Kohler-Cadmore yesterday. But the ball is turning and the ball is reverse swinging. So a tough day ahead, you'd say, for Yorkshire, who trail by 265 runs. Very good morning to you. Very good morning to Bumble. All things looking pretty good for Lancashire.
Yeah, they need 8 wickets, and the pitch will spin. Just change colour again. There's not a cloud in the sky. There's a night watchman in, the captain of Yorkshire, Steve Patterson. So they'll get to work, and it's that combination of bowlers that Dame Villas will be looking to get right. And it's always great fun. I mentioned to Niall O'Brien yesterday when we were sat up here about 150 yards away thinking about a new session. Who's going to bowl? Who would you bowl? Well, I reckon I'd have the leg spinner and the quick man. So Parkinson and Mahmood, and we'll see. I bet the captain sees it differently.
Well, yeah, he's got the ball reverse swinging, so I'll be surprised, like you, if Saqib Mahmood doesn't start. It looks like he's going to.
I've got one right then.
Yeah. And surely, he took a while, didn't he, yesterday, Villas, to get Parkinson at the right end. There was a little bit more rough for him to bowl at the Statham end, but he's, well, we'll see which way he's going to go. He's going to go with Saqib Mahmood. As I say, the ball is moving nicely. The pitch is just beginning to wear a little bit late yesterday throughout the afternoon session. So not an easy morning ahead for Yorkshire, who battled so hard yesterday against the new ball. Adam Lyth and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, but dismissed at the end of play yesterday. So an opportunity for some of Yorkshire's younger players to impress. All right, Niall O'Brien is ready and poised to come and join Bumble.
2 slips, a gully, a short leg. Will Frayne is on 6. Jennings at short leg, he's just about got ready. There's that reverse swing.
Morning. Oh, what a start that is. You ask your bowlers to do your warm-ups, get yourself ready. You want that first ball right on the money. Look at that. That's an absolute beauty. Tailing back in. There would have been heart in mouth moment for Will Frayne, no doubt about it. It's one of those you leave it early, you think, I'm in a bit of trouble there. This could clatter into my off stump. 2 slips, gully, short leg on the attack, Lanks.
Breeze has turned round. It's a rare breeze, is this, from the east. That will help that reverse swing. Saqib. Oh, with good pace. It's a beautiful day. Good weekend for local cricket, for club and league cricket. If there are any big performances yesterday, on Saturday, they'll be playing again today.
Yeah, plenty of recreational cricket. Bank holiday weekend. Might even sneak in 2 or 3 games. Monday as well, potentially. Probably some cup competitions. I think there's Cheshire County Cup on today. Little tempter. He's brought a couple back in at good pace, Saqib Mahmood, and just held that one out a little bit wider, just to see if Will Frayne was totally focused. Not a bad little ploy. Just every now and then, just keep on outside the line of off stump, just to see if you can get the batsman just having a feel for one. Not over-attacking Dane Villas, hasn't over-attacked all game actually. It's not been the kind of pitch, albeit very hard, that the ball's flown to 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We'll say Lancashire have got the ideal attack really for first-class cricket, especially on a surface like this. They've got raw pace of Saqib Mahmood. Luke Wood's a good left arm quick. Tom Bailey's as good a seam bowler as there is in county cricket over the last 2 or 3 years, and they've got a wrist spinner. Absolutely every base is covered. Tall order here for Yorkshire today, one feels.
Went the other way. Last delivery, that's a good start from Saqib Mahmood. 85 for 2. Who's it going to be? I've got it wrong. I've got it wrong. It's not Parkinson. I reckon it's Tom Bailey.
Yeah, slightly surprising. I think most have expected, maybe wanted, the leg spin of Parkinson. Dane Villa sees it the other way. It might be a fairly short burst for Tom Bailey, who is a superb exponent actually especially on a day 4 pitch, because he's very accurate. If there is any unevenness in the surface, he will extract it, whether it be up or down. I don't think there's going to be too many demons. This is a really good pitch. And the ground staff have done a great job this week. New ball available just after the lunch break, so you would think Parkinson will want 10 overs before lunch, so Bailey may not have too long a spell in him here.
A real change in the colour of the pitch. 2 days when it was just a bit cloudy, and it started with a touch of dampness in it, but right now we're not allowed to go out there, but that looks rock hard.
Well, I reckon he could play on that pitch for another 2 or 3 days and it wouldn't deteriorate too much. Belting track. What about your evening? Anything interesting going on in Bumble's world?
Very much so. I cut the grass.
What level? What level of blade did you go to?
Right to the bottom. Yeah. I bid for it. I got it on eBay. You know, I go on eBay auction and I bid for a lawnmower, and I got it. And it's a good machine.
A ride on, I presume, for your
estate?
Crikey.
No, no. We just got a new puppy. So he's 15 weeks. So as I'm cutting the grass, he's nipping my ankles all the way around and barking at the machine. Neighbours will be going mad. Steve Patterson is a sticker. He'll look ungainly. We saw him down at Glamorgan. He stayed in with Joe Root. Joe Root got 100. You've got to get him out. You've got to prize him out.
I'm not sure if you saw yesterday. He came out as night watchman with a few overs ago and took a single first ball and left the striker with 5 balls to face.
Nudged away down to the third man. Coming back for 2. That fabulous story, I think it must be in the 50s, a chap called Robin Marler. A legend in his time. He went out as night watchman, hit a 6 off the first ball and was stumped off the second. Seven for 2.
Played a few night watchmen down the years. I'm thinking back to when I started my career at Kent. Min Patel did it. You'd know Min Patel, fabulous left arm spinner. Actually a very accomplished batsman as well at times. And he used to go out and he'd be slicing the ball over, backward point, uppercutting over the slips. But he generally stayed there till the end and he'd get 20 or 30. And then the next day, he just have an almighty swipe and get out. And he said, well, I did my job last night. I never quite understood that. Why not try and bat a bit longer? Where Martin Saggers, the ex-Kent and England bowler, he would just try and bat all day. Blunt it. Frustrate the opposition.
Well, it's there. That will excite Lancashire. This reverse swing. Got to get his line right. And the pace will be there. Out a bit sparse. Build up during the day, I'm sure. Plenty still in the hotel.
Really has improved, Saki Mahmood. Last 24 months, he's come on leaps and bounds. He's gone from undoubted potential, you would say, to looking like a really class act, both with the red ball and white ball. We've all known he's a bag of tricks and he's quick, but he's shown some real skill in this game. Very, very impressive young quick. Very well bowled. Lovely little bit of seam movement. If anything, a little bit short. The pace is good and there's a little bit of seam movement, which Will Frame will see and just think, right, it's going both ways here. Yeah, nibble. Good heat, good energy behind the ball. That's excellent.
Got a few scores in from local club cricket yesterday. Lancashire League. Stephen Perry, who played here, he's professional now at Lower House. 3 for 22 and 48 with the bat. Beat Great Harwood. Wesley Cup second round. Norden had a 10-wicket win versus Middleton. Dominic Humphreys, 23 years of age. Look at these figures. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 16. Maiden, 87 for 2. Cheadle had a shocker, 66 all out. Toft, 223 for 8. Drew Jackson, 15 overs, 8 maidens, 8 for 22.
Tough, that's Rob Jones' territory. That has been for a long time. That is a flat track. That is a place you look forward to driving because you know you're going to get an absolute road. Doesn't bounce above shin high, doesn't move off the straight, doesn't turn. And the way all dabbers do. Nantwich, I think they got a win. I think they beat Hyde away.
Hyde are a good side, they were.
Going down Lakeside. Well, I've been reliably informed. The Dabbers, Nantwich, my old team. 4-wicket win away to Hyde. 144 all out. Chased it down. Well done, the Dabbers. Liam Livingston's club scored a big triple. 360. Got a nail named after him, I think. Liam, my local brewer. Lovely club. Lovely people, Nantwich. I follow a bit of recreational cricket, Bumble. I must say, last year was so difficult for everyone, but even the club game, because they couldn't have fans in to watch you. Families couldn't go to watch. You couldn't bring your lunch. You had to bring your own lunch. You didn't get the teas, and you couldn't change in the dressing rooms. And this year, just a bit of normality. It's still a little bit different, but for the communities of the club cricket, it's just a massive lift. It's great to see them all out playing on a Saturday and Sunday.
Steve Patterson will be saying you're going to see a lot of that. Pushing forward. Defensive prod.
I reckon at the moment they've probably got the batsman at the wrong end here, Lancashire. Ideally, I think you want Saki Mahmood trying to rough up the tail ender. It's all well and good Patterson getting in behind Tom Bailey, who's medium fast. Different kettle of fish when someone's bowling up around the 90-mile-an-hour mark. Does show you what a good pitch it is. So if you're next man in for Yorkshire, if you're the likes of Harry Brook, George Hill, Dom Best, we'll see this afternoon, there's no demons in this pitch. Get yourself in line. Show a bit of bravery. You might need a little bit of luck along the way if the leg spinner starts turning it both ways. But there's no reason why you can't get stuck in and bat for a couple of hours here. The longer this game goes without Lancashire taking a couple of wickets, frustration will creep in.
Field change, it'll be a short leg, I think. The way that Steve Patterson is just pushing forward. I understand the short leg, I can't understand the deep square leg. Other maiden, 87 for 2. Yorkshire are getting stuck in, 87 for 2 after 51 overs. Still trailing by 2-6-3.
Speaking of games around the country, Bumble, Essex have had a good win up at Durham. They won by an innings, won by 195 runs, I beg your pardon. That's a crushing win. Essex just showing a little bit of form. Good game going on at Edgbaston. Warwickshire leading by 258 with 4 wickets in hand. That should be a good game against Nottinghamshire. Ben Slater in the runs for Nottinghamshire, 77. Good cricketer. Left-hand opening batsman for Nottinghamshire, ex-Derbyshire man. Liam Norwell, ex-Gloucester, picked up 4 wickets. He's showing some good form. Will Rhodes has played well for Warwickshire. Captain, a couple of half-centuries in this game. That's nicely poised at Edgbaston. Worcester Derby. Worcester made 4-2-1. Big score first time around. Jake Libby made 26. He's having a good season. Brett Oliveira made 71. Ed Barnard, good all-rounder, made 90. Oh, bowled him! What an absolute beauty. It was coming. It was on the cards. He's moving it both ways at good pace. He's done them all ends up. Middle stump, cartwheeling back.
Drilling delivery. Middle stump uprooted. Motionless, Will Frayne. He just stood there. What's happened? Get the radar right. It's a beauty. Look at that cartwheeling. Full pint. Will Frayne. He stood motionless there at the crease. Ball jagging back into him. First strike this morning then to Lancashire. They've just bowled 3 maidens. Now they've got a wicket. Yorkshire 87 for 3.
Well, it was coming, Bumble, wasn't it? There've been 2 or 3 fairly tight leaves by Will Frayne when we thought he's got to be a little bit careful there. It was almost as if he wasn't quite sure where his off stump was, but it's high-class bowling. It is top-class quick bowling, and I mean quick. It's not medium. This is quick bowling and high skill. Excellent work. Just what Lancashire wanted, an early wicket in the first half an hour or so. Get one early. That's what Glenn Chopper would have said to his troops. We'll get one early here, stay patient. That's just what the doctor ordered. They've still got the night watchman to attack. Harry Brook, who's a talented batsman, under a bit of pressure here this morning, first thing.
Well, England scouts have been here. Not sure they're still here, and they've definitely been watching Saqib. They'll be thrilled at that. The ability at pace to reverse swing. If you get it right, reverse swing, it's a handful because he can also get it to go the other way. Quality bowling. Harry Brook, the new batsman. Night watchman still in. And then that's I'm a bit old school. Why do you want off stump?
Well, you don't want to be getting your pads in front of the stumps here. You can guarantee that Saqib Mahmood's going to be arrowing in on your pads and stumps. This is going to be a test first up for the youngster. Well, slightly scrambled mind here by the new batsman. He took middle stump guard, then took off stump guard. Goes right back. Look how far back. He's standing in front of all three here. Oh, he's just giving Alex Wharf, the umpire, every opportunity to get in the game early here.
Bagged one in the first innings. They want to get off in the second. Want to get a pair in a Roses match.
On the box.
I've done it.
Yeah. I've been there. Bagged 2 pairs in my time.
Only 2? I managed 4. Run out one of them.
I can trump that run out. I'll tell you next over.
Excellent. Good Mahmood, 87 for 3 Yorkies.
It's top class start here by Saki Mahmood. This is the dismissal. Jags back, swings back rather. Beauty. Good pace and Will Frayne, I'm afraid, well, he didn't look comfortable all morning. Brilliant by the quick. Yeah, I can trump your run out for a pair. I'm batting now for the draw for Northants against Surrey. Out reverse sweeping.
Anything said?
Well, David Capel, the late great David Capel, less than impressed. Let's leave it there. Thing was, I tried at the ball before and got away with it. I went again. Just run through these scores while we can. Sussex, Northants. Well, Northants should win this game. They've already turned Sussex over this year. They need another 71. With 7 wickets remaining, it'll be a good win down in Hove for Northants. Surrey are going well against Gloucester. Gloucester are 6 down, still 177 behind second time round.
Been a good season, Northants.
Well, they're a good side to watch because they don't draw many games. They kind of play a very attacking brand of cricket. They win or lose generally, but they've played some good cricket. They've got some good players coming through. Young guy, Ricardo Vasconcelos, is a South African with a Portuguese passport, left-hand batsman, a little bit like Ben Duckett, as a young Ben Duckett, good cricketer. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Rossington's been decent with the gloves and bat. Ben Sanderson, fantastic bowler for Northants. Plucked from club cricket and minor counties cricket. Was at Yorkshire for a bit. Didn't quite make the grade at Yorkshire. Ben Sanderson found his way into the recreational game and then second lease of life at Northants, as is the way with a lot of players at Northamptonshire. They find a second home. Ben Sanderson's done brilliantly. Gareth Berg has been excellent. The Italian international Gareth Berg.
Italian and the Portuguese.
League of Nations down in Northamptonshire. Yeah, Surrey going well. They should wrap up a victory at the Oval today. Hashim Amla, the youngster, 173 he made. Played nicely, obviously. Yeah, it's been a difficult outing for Gloucester, who are having a good season. Shouldn't be disheartened by a tough 4 days. And Leicester and Middlesex at Grace Road. Leicester need 283 more to win.
Oh. Missed everything. 91 for 3.
A little inside edge. Well, how has that not cleaned him up? How has that not cleaned him up for another wicket for Lancashire? They're not far away. They must be very confident here, Lancashire. They got the early one. They're all over the tail ender. Tails are up. Glorious day, I must say. What a fabulous, beautiful morning here in wonderful Manchester. A few disappointed heads around the city last night. Bumble went for a late night stroll just to take in the fresh air and the ambience. A few disheartened fans out there.
Fireworks going off and all sorts. Rats to Chelsea. Just short. Definite nick, just short.
Dane Villas had no chance. It's actually quite a good effort. It went down straight away. Dane Villas made good ground, made good movement, actually tried to come forward and to his right. Didn't give the keeper a chance, but he just shows you're not far away. When you can move the ball both ways at pace as a batsman, you're not quite sure which way to go, which way the ball's coming. You end up feeling for balls outside the off stump that you should leave alone. When you've seen your batting partner get his middle stump sent back, you tend to play at balls that you shouldn't.
See what plans he's got now for Patterson. He's just pushed him back with pace. He doesn't like going back, he likes to come forward. All part of a plan. Push him back and then you just want to get it absolutely right. Full swinging back. I think. Did too much. And he's not in front of the stumps.
Good technique. It certainly looked like it was sliding. Going down. Takes a middle stump guard, Patterson, but tends to just drift to leg stump, doesn't he?
But I'm just thinking, to combat reverse swing, there was a theory from batsmen that you stay leg side. If you're coming across to off stump, you're coming right into line for LBW, so stay leg side. Oh, what an absolute snorter. This is high class. This is international class.
Fantastic. Absolutely marvellous ball, this one. He's brought a couple back into Steve Patterson. This one just tails away slightly. Have a look at this. It's quick. Not quite the top of off, but it's pretty close to it. Well, that's going to get a lot of better batsmen than Stephen Patterson out. The tail ender, well, he did his job last night. He hung around for 20 minutes or so this morning. He'd been undone by an absolute cracker. Top-class bowling, Saki Mahmood. We're watching an international cricketer here at the height of his game. Fantastic to see. Patterson's day is done. His match is done. He can pack his bag up. He's gone for 8, cleaned up by Saki Mahmood. 92 for 4.
The new man, George Hill, having to face Saqib Mahmood, who is on fire at Old Trafford. Changing commentary. Adam Collins with you, and alongside me, England international Kate Cross for the first time this morning. Hello, Kate.
Morning, Adam. Morning, everyone. How are you?
I'm very well, enjoying this immense display of swing bowling. Stumps out of the ground in the first half an hour. Threatened to do something like this last night. Blew Collar Cadmore's pad off. Skitling, Frayne, then Patterson in consecutive overs so far today. The end of another successful over. Yorkshire now up against it, 92 for 4. Mahmood, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 26. We saw yesterday the ball reversing a little bit from that James Anderson end, and today, exceptional, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect start for Lancashire here. Saqib Mahmood on fire. Just seeing replays of the... Oh. That's the first time I've seen that up close. He's getting it to go both ways here. It's when you've got your tail up like that as a fast bowler, it's one of the better feelings in the game, I reckon.
So 2 young men with work to do, Brook and Hill. Products of the England under-19 system. Yes, with Mahmood in that spell, it's beating the inside edge and beating the outside edge, going late. Taking out middle stump, then off stump. Do much about that. Nicely placed for a couple. And Kate, you've been busy at the start of the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy yesterday, and what a start to the competition it was. High scores around the country, big chases, sixes everywhere. Must be thrilled to see that competition starting with a bang.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thrilling is the right word. It was a great game down at Bristol for us yesterday. Unfortunately, on the losing end of it, which I'm sad to talk about. But yeah, Adam, like you said, it was what the competition really needed to, I guess, gain a bit of momentum that we'd lost in the last year. Obviously, COVID has meant we've not played much women's cricket, but having that opportunity to start the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy and I guess show people what we can do. Unsurprisingly, all the games were played at county fixtures yesterday, and there's a lot of high scores as well. I think that's there's a strong correlation there. When we're on better pitches, you're seeing some good cricket.
In through the gap. Squeezing a couple. Your podcast colleague and England colleague, Alex Hartley, put it on Twitter. Good pitches equal good standard. And that's what we saw around the country.
Yeah, we've always spoken about that in the women's game, actually. The last 5 or so years you're playing county cricket generally at club venues, and it's wherever the club isn't playing any club cricket, when there's not a third team venue on a Sunday. So it's great for us and great for young girls to be able to have the opportunities to come in and play cricket at venues like Essex and Bristol, like we were yesterday, on a good pitch, easy to score runs, value for shots, hard work for the bowlers.
Change in the field has been prompted. Keaton Jennings in at mid-wicket, so 4 on the leg side. Side edge again. Really attacking the stumps here, Bailey.
I was just going to say, I think that's a good move from Tom Bailey, because I think he's just leaked a few runs in this over, but he's bowled very straight this morning. I think he's not quite got his length right. think he's possibly searching when you've got Sakib running in at the other end and talking, making the ball talk. I think it can sometimes force you as a bowler to do the same and look for that wonder ball. All he needs to do here is tie and end up and let Sakib do what he's doing at the other end.
End of the over, Yorkshire 97 for 4. Yorkshire 253 runs in arrears. Have to face Sakib Mahmood, who is on fire. Glorious day in Manchester. Half a shout from the cordon. That's quickly zipped past the edge. Fantastic carry on fourth day wicket.
Just lifted off a length there. Wow. Just goes to show the pace that Sack's bowling with here. He's the kind of bowler that just makes things happen, doesn't he? You chuck him the ball. He's a captain's dream, really. Chuck him the ball, final hour of a day. He gets it to reverse. Takes crucial wickets.
It was just when they needed a bit of a spark yesterday when he came on in that final 45 minutes. Didn't go reaching for it. Yes, he had the in-swinging Yorker and he was bowling it a couple of times and over, but he was happy to also go back of a length and try and beat the outside edge, and that game of cat and mouse paid off when he dismissed Tom Collar-Cadmore.
I think that's something that's really impressed me about his game in the past 2 or 3 years. I feel like he's really developed in the 4-day format of the match. You know, he's already also notorious for bowling well with the white ball. I feel like he's really developed his skill in the 4-day game as well. I feel like he's got the ability to bring the ball both ways. I mean, I guess when you've got the likes of a James Anderson, Tom Bailey, Glenn Chappell as coach as well, you've got a lot of people to learn from in this environment. But yeah, he's really impressing me at the minute, and he bowls with such pace. To be able to have that skill and pace as well.
Certainly on day one, didn't necessarily have the figures to go with the performance, but beating both edges near enough to 90 mile an hour. Great package. Returning to what went on yesterday, just to put some numbers around the opening day of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Last year there were 36s hit across 25 matches, and yesterday in 4 there were already 26 instances of the ball clearing the ropes. And the 2 highest chases, successful chases in the history of list A cricket for women in this country happened yesterday.
Like I said, unfortunately on the losing end of one of those.
Comes to that. I mean, what a game it was down at Bristol. So Northern Diamonds made 279. Wrong game over at Bristol, sorry. Got the wrong scorecard up. We'll get there.
I should be able to
The
tell
Thunder,
you.
I should say.
Yeah,
291 for 8. It's working with the technology here. 291 for 8 with Emma Lamb, of course, 121. She was batting at the same time that her brother was going nicely here. From just 105 deliveries.
That's become a bit of a thing this season.
Yes.
When Emma gets runs, Danny seems to score runs as well. I think they try and out-sibling each other.
Who just held at the top of his mark. maiden, 97 for 4. Anya Shrubsole, 3 for 29 from her 10 overs, 3 maidens. So she really was the one bowler who was able to keep the run rate in check. And then when the Western Storm went out to chase, they needed 292. And they got there from the final ball. Kate, you took 3 for 35 from 10 yourself. So as far as giving your team an opportunity to do the job, that was certainly the case. But Heather Knight, 91, and Shrubsole again with the bat, 61 not out from 41 deliveries, of course known for her bowling exploits, not so much for her batting, but was able to get the job done in the final 5 overs.
Yeah, she batted beautifully, I hate to say it, but yeah, I think that's the beauty of having your England players available for this tournament. I think it just bolsters batting attacks and bowling attacks. And it gives younger players who are generally pretty inexperienced, actually. You know, we've got a really young squad with the Northwest Thunder. But you give those girls the opportunity to see what not panicking looks like. And Anya was a perfect example of that yesterday. She came in when her team needed 70 odd off 10 overs. We were well and truly ahead of the game as a bowling attack. And yeah, she just came in and played the situation perfectly.
And honing in on the stumps there, Bailey. Just keeping it out. And the professional contracts, I mean, they've been around for a while now for England since 2014, but Shrubsole, who was a sort of a 10 or 11 for a long time, now so much time in the nets against bowlers like yourself week in, week out, you can kind of become a double threat.
Yeah, that's the beauty of professionalising the game. I guess you're giving females the opportunity to get better at all parts of the game. You know, we've worked really hard in the past 2 years on our fielding levels and the skill and fitness levels as well, which contribute to that. And that's, I think, what we're going to see with the likes of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the likes of the 100. You've got girls who are getting paid to train consistently and completely commit to cricket, which we've not had in the last 5 or 6 years. And that's what the domestic game needs.
Now past the edge, holding back a fraction there and just giving Hill something to think about outside the off stump. The other monster chase was at Leeds, where the Northern Diamonds made 279, thanks to a century from opener Lauren Winfield Hill, 110, 43 from Catherine Brunt. With the ball, though, for the Central Sparks, very exciting. Issy Wong, 5 for 49. Sharp. She's very, very good. Just 18 years of age, she can't be far away.
Yeah, she is a real talent. She's a real exciting prospect for women's cricket in England at the minute. She came over to New Zealand with us in February on our tour as a bit of a development phase for her. I think just to get a bit of experience of being around the dressing room and seeing what it's like, and again just training professionally consistently. But yeah, she absolutely loved it. She had the time of her life. I think it helped we went to a COVID-free country for 7 weeks. That was nice.
End of Bailey's over, a good one. Back-to-back maidens, 97 for 4. And then the Sparks chase. I mean, it was a thrilling chase, wasn't it? 196 for 8 with 10 overs to go. So still 90 odd to get with just 2 wickets in hand, but they were able to do that thanks to Sarah Glenn. 71 not out from 52 balls, and Emily Arlett, who made 24 not out from 18 deliveries at number 10. The foundation was laid by Amy Jones, as you'd expect, the senior pro in that team, 114 from 114 deliveries. But Sarah Glenn, another player who's principally there for her bowling, but a match winner with the bat.
Yeah, again, it's just nice to see people putting the name in the hat for selection now. We've got a series against India coming up, starting in mid-June, starting with a test match, which is always exciting for the girls when we get our whites. But yeah, this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy has been part of our preparation for that, and it's nice to see a lot of the England girls getting some runs, taking some wickets, just getting the opportunity to play. Really, we've not had much cricket this summer. The weather's obviously played its part in that, frustratingly.
Yeah, the other big score was the South East Stars. They made 324 for 7. You talk about England player Sophia Dunkley, 104 not out from 93 deliveries, batting at number 3, a player of a lot of promise. Number of games for England now, and in reply, the Sunrisers were well off the pace. They were all out for 189, with Tash Farrant taking 5 for 33, the captain there at the South East Stars.
Another really good example of how the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, the regional contracts are going to affect the international scene moving forward. Tash was picked on the back of the Rachel Hayhoe last year and came over to New Zealand as well.
Interesting that a couple of years ago when she was left off the contract list, there was this discussion around, well, what happens next if you're an England player, and then you're not, then suddenly you're not being paid to play cricket. Well, she's been able to use the semi-pro Rachel Hayhoe-Flint to get back in the mix. I mean, that's the way it should be, right?
Yeah, definitely. Tash was one of the lucky ones, actually, because she lost her contract probably 18 months too soon in a way. You know, the Rachel Hayhoe, the regional contracts weren't there then. Alex Hartley's probably the best example of how this has worked in favour of the women's game.
Shout. Turned down, maybe a fraction high. Hill trapped on the crease.
Initial thought was a bit high. Yeah, it's hit him on his thigh pad. He's jumping in the crease. To keep just getting the ball to move again, though. He's really impressed this morning, hasn't he? You can just see as well when he's running in, that skill that I was talking about, he's changing the ball mid-run up. That's the kind of skill I'm talking about, you know, having the ability to be able to do that mid-run up. So impressive.
That did plenty back towards the right-hander. Fine spell this. And the final game yesterday, the Lightning made 214 for 9. Tammy Beaumont top scoring with 57. Ara Norris in the wickets, 3 for 47. And the Vipers chased it down pretty comfortably in the end, getting to their target of 215 in 46.5 overs. Half century for Danny Wyatt. Paige Schofield not out, 38. And there are a couple of England players in the runs in Beaumont and Wyatt.
Just going back to what I was talking about the contracts, and when Tash lost hers, like you said, she had to go elsewhere to find an income. There was no professional cricket anywhere in this country for women other than international level, and that is now these regional contracts are offering that support for the England girls. They're offering the support for the regional girls to, like I said, be able to commit to cricket, to be able to full-time allow yourself to train, play, not have to worry about taking time off work to get a game, to go down to Bristol. So yeah, it's a really, really lovely phase of women's cricket that we're in at the minute, and it's really promising to see, obviously the England girls doing well, but it's promising to see some young players coming in as well.
Leg gully now. Leg side to finish, not far away from the glove. Leeds another probing over, 98 for 4. Spin for the first time today via Matt Parkinson. Well, 13 overs yesterday, 8 maidens, 1 for 11. It was dangerous in the last half an hour. when he switched around to the Statham end. Picked up Adam Lyth, caught around the corner brilliantly by Wells. Gets his chance now after Saqib Mahmood has made the incision on day 4. Slip and a short leg, his catches to begin.
How long do you think it'll be before we see him in an England shirt?
It certainly feels like it's trending that way for the winter ahead, doesn't it? The fact that he's spent so much time in the bubble in Sri Lanka and India. You'll have watched him at this club very closely over the last few years. Do you detect that he's gone to an extra level in recent times?
I think we're seeing that in his performances. Obviously, he was left out in the first county championship fixture this summer, and I know that would have greatly frustrated him because he was off the back of a winter of a lot of training. But I see him as a real pivotal part of this team, and Saqib Mahmood, a similar character as well. I feel like he's the kind of bowler you throw the ball to when you need something to happen. We saw that last night in the last hour of play. He found that wicket, he broke that partnership, finds ways of getting batsmen out.
Bigger foot marks to aim for down at the Anderson end as well, which will help on the final day.
I think you can see his confidence as well in the amount of revs he's getting on the ball, the amount he turns the ball. We saw that ball of the century, didn't we? The one that they compared to the Shane Warne delivery. He's got that in his armour. He's got that ability to turn the ball, which is exciting.
Good over to start, a maiden from Parkinson. 98 for 4. Yorkshire still trailed by 252, but that's not the most important number on the board. It's the 4 wickets that they've lost. 2 in the half an hour before the close of play on evening 3, and 2 this morning. 3 of those via Saqib Mahmood, who's been on fire. Will continue from the Anderson end. Why wouldn't he?
You can just sense the Yorkshire players. It's around survival now, isn't it? It's that almost fear of getting out, and they're, you know, I'm not sure how I'd be facing Saqib Mahmood this morning, but there's certainly not been that intent to score, which sometimes you go into your shell a little bit as a batter. You're almost waiting for the inevitable.
To put a full stop on our conversation around women's contracts, I mean, that was a real noticeable part of the Australian development, wasn't it? That not just the national players, but the domestic players did have that domestic contract system to lean back on, and a lot of discussion when Australia did very well here a couple of years ago that was the important next step for England. I mean, it should have an effect on the national side in the years to come, shouldn't it?
Yeah, certainly, and I think that's, I hate to say it, but we're a couple of years behind Australia in that sense. You know, they professionalised their domestic stuff a lot sooner than we did. And like you said, it just gives the girls support, gives them security. You know, people have got mortgages to pay, they've got bills to pay, and if you're not earning enough money from cricket but you're committing to it training wise and playing wise, it's really difficult. It's really difficult to find that balance. So yeah, I think Australia have paved the way in that respect. I was lucky enough to go over to Perth for a couple of winters, and I was training under the Western Fury, which was the 50 over competition in the WNCL, and I was lucky enough to get a Scorchers deal as well in the Big Bash, and I felt like I was playing international cricket while I was over there. It's the standard that they've managed to create because they've professionalised it at a lower level.
Easy about this for young George Hill. 17 deliveries. That was a sharp bouncer. Short leg in play.
You can see how difficult it must be and how much the ball's moving from how Dane Villas took that behind the stumps there. He's almost gone down leg side and then fallen over it. Must have swung back.
Really positive, that competitive tension between initially Australia and England, but subsequently India, New Zealand, South Africa, West Indies, other teams that have been in the final four of World Cups in the last 5 years.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, but it's all about investment. I think if you give the girls the opportunity to train fully professionalised, you're going to see a good product. And we're starting to see that now as more governing bodies invest in their women's team.
Through and ever so close to a third this morning. Fuller and quicker. Pale on it as well, the late swing.
He's done well to miss that. I think that's the one you just go down, do a little bit of gardening. Be glad that you're still there to face the next one.
More opportunity in this over. Well forward, well played. It stays at 98 for 4. Applause around Old Trafford. They know they're seeing a high quality spell. Beautiful day for it. Sun hats, t-shirt weather.
It's not often you get to say that in Manchester.
Capacity of 4,000. I reckon we'll get that today. Lancashire, an opportunity to win the Roses fixture at Old Trafford for the first time in 21 years. Great incentive to get down.
It's great to see so many young people in the audience as well today.
It's been a real theme, hasn't it? In the 2 weekends we've been back with crowds, it hasn't been perhaps the cliched county crowd, I don't think anyway. It certainly felt like there've been a lot of young people who want to be there and experience this firsthand.
Yeah, I feel like COVID almost made us realise what we had, didn't it? It kind of took it away from us, and I feel like now we've got the opportunity to watch live sport and almost get an air of normality back, and you don't want to waste those opportunities.
So an extra catcher in position, a silly point. Also love the spread of fans. Sure, it's because of COVID that they're not congregated in one part of the ground, but it's made for a different kind of sound. I think we should keep it this way. Saying that, won't it be wonderful when the temporary permanent stand to the east here at Old Trafford is full, as it will be through the international summer. After June 21, of course.
I can't wait to see that. I cannot wait to get full capacity crowds back in and people enjoying the cricket. Got so much cricket ahead of us this summer as well. We've got obviously the T20 Blast, the 100 international games every week.
And they can watch you tomorrow as well, of course. Bank holiday. Where are you playing tomorrow?
We're at Chester Boughton Hall tomorrow.
Get down. Great way to spend the Monday. Who are you playing? Who have the Thunder got?
I'm playing the Sunrisers tomorrow. I can never get away from calling them Sunrisers Hyderabad.
I'm sure they won't mind that either. End of another maiden over. Thank you, Kate Cross. We'll make way. After the break, it will be Niall O'Brien with Yorkshire, 98 for 4.
A change. Saqib Mahmood, a terrific spell, long spell too, best part of an hour. Got the ball reversing, bowled quickly. His reputation's certainly been enhanced in the 4 days of this game. A chance now for Danny Lamb. Great chance, great opportunity for two younger players. Harry Brook, former England under-19 captain. George Hill as well. He's two talented players. Decent surface still. Sort of situation you'd have relished this, isn't it? Chance to impress.
Yeah, nice to get some runs in front of the cameras. Never does your reputation any harm whatsoever. Echo your point, really good pitch. No demons, high class bowlers, yes, but a good pitch you can trust. What have they got to come in? Don Bess, who can certainly bat. Harry Duke, who was excellent first time around. I was very impressed with his batting and his wicket keeping. Actually, I thought he kept really well. Looks like a fine young player, Jordan Thompson. You just be thinking, if you're Lancashire, you don't want to be greedy, but you would like another couple before lunch. For Yorkshire, damage limitation. To try and keep these bowlers at bay for the next hour. Not the kind of dismissal you want on a pitch like this. You can accept maybe being beaten on the outside edge by a good leggy or a reverse swinging Yorker. You don't want to get strangled down leg side on a good surface.
Ball reversing. Saqib bowled quite brilliantly with the reversing ball, slinging action. Some bowlers have got a better action, a more natural action for the release, and it gets the ball going later, and Saqib is very good at that. The higher the release point, the easier for the batsman, because the less that it's fighting the angle and coming in late. It's a much more upright release. But at the same time, as a batsman, right-handed batsman, you're thinking of staying leg side of the ball. 98 for 4. Thought Parkinson might have opened the bowling this morning with Saqib. How would you have done it? As they did it, or differently?
No, differently, to be fair. I think we all hoped and maybe expected Parkinson and Saqib Mahmood to start this morning. Second new balls available shortly after lunch. I expected Parkinson to bowl from this end nearly unchanged all session. Tom Bailey started. Did a good job, to be fair. Parkinson's got an opportunity now for a long spell. Spoke off air to me. Not many real looseners for Parkinson. That's probably been the biggest plus point. Yes, the leg break turning past the outside edge, but not many drag downs and not many freebies, as you say, from a wrist spinner.
Not just on cue. That's about the only freebie we've seen. He hasn't. He's been pretty frugal, and he's bowled a good length most of the time.
I'd rather him be slightly full, but the old commentator's curse. Big full P. Attacking field, so you help yourself to a boundary. Good batting, because sometimes when you're in a defensive mindset, you can miss out there. So nice just to get that one away. Good cricketer, Harry Brook. Been impressed with him down the years.
Lovely shot again. He knew exactly where the gaps were, and you could see that his footwork and his wrist work was excellent to find the gap.
Well, it's not a great field, actually, because he hasn't got much protection leg side. That's fine, but he's got his mid-on, Al Davies, very square almost. So you're giving him the option to hit straight with a straight batter. Rather, Al Davies a bit straighter, say to the batsman, turn it square leg side. You might get a leading edge. That ball there, that's the one that you'd just be tempted to as a batsman. Potentially just to try and turn that into that mid-wicket gap. Try and get off strike. It's a risky stroke.
See batsmen playing more off the front foot than I used to, so I think that's a good sign for Parkinson, that he's getting his length perhaps better and more consistent, and the pace slightly better and more consistent. So I think that's a real win and real plus for him. It's just whether he can control the variations that he's got and confident enough to land them. Think about it in county cricket, I think that's fine. Bowling leg spin and having control and developing, that's fine. In international cricket, he'll need more control with his variations. There's a little bit rough there, but that's not quite straight enough. 106 for 4.
Yeah, it was one of his variations, leg side. Yeah, you tend to see a lot of leg spinners drag balls down and bowl a lot of full tosses, but he's been generally quite full, which is good to see. Didn't play early in the season, of course. People raised a few eyebrows, but he's bounced back nicely, Matt Parkinson.
Got plenty of time as well. He's just 24 years of age. I mean, he's got plenty of time. You know, that journey is going to be a long one, and he's got time to develop that confidence in those variations. So a couple of times in the last few days, Saqib, I'm not surprised to see what I saw this morning from Saqib and last night, because I know he can do that. Those that have followed Saqib know that he's very good with the reversing ball. The way he's impressed with the new ball. Aggression and consistency with the new ball was very impressive. You'd say that same with Parkinson. You know he can bowl wicket-taking balls, but he's now getting batsmen coming forward more often.
Much more comfortable. The Yorkshire batsman against Danny Lamb hasn't got that express pace, so you're a lot more, feel a lot more at ease. You're not going to get that middle stump uprooted. Still got to be wary, got to keep those pads out of the way. Danny Lamb just needs a little bit of movement. Either way, he'd be in the game. These days, the coaches in the morning don't get greedy. You turn up, you think, right, we've rolled them once. We've got their two best batsmen out, Adam Lyth and Tom Kohler-Cadmore last night. Can be the expectation. turn up on day 4, right, we've got a good quick who can reverse it, we've got a leggy, we'll roll him over. It doesn't always happen. Got to stay really patient. Bide your time. Get stuck into that lower middle order. Get off that pitch. Stay off it. Give them nothing. From the Yorkshire point of view, you don't want to be scraping anything.
You'd be muttering away, wouldn't you? You'd be out there. You'd plenty to say.
I reckon I was one of the worst keepers in the country at being discreet about getting on the pitch. I was the most obvious bloke. I was trying to get up and down the pitch. Sorry, umps. Sorry, Sharpie. Or sorry, Lloydie. Just up and down the pitch.
You'd have been instructing your fielders in the deep to have some wayward throws so you could run all over the pitch to get it.
Be
It's
diving.
one of the old tricks, wasn't it?
Yeah, chuck it in on that 6 metre mark. I'll do a little commando tumble. Long spikes in. Well, Rob Key was my captain. He was telling me what to do.
109 for 4. Pitch has held up well, isn't it? I mean, no real delays. The weather's been pretty good throughout the 4 days. Best of the day today. But, you can see there's some wear and tear with the right arm bowlers running through, and that's where it was so difficult for Adam Lyth yesterday. Just took a while. Dave Villas to get him at the right end, but once he did, it's been tricky.
It's a good pitch. I reckon you could play for another couple of days on this. Really good surface. It's the kind of pitch that if there was a second 11 game starting on Monday morning, they'd probably use the same pitch for 2 or 3 days.
My point really about 2 young players here. You know, the game situation is obviously not good for Yorkshire, but personally for them, they've got a decent surface, a decent leg spinner, a decent attack. But Saqib is out of the attack now. Chance to get some runs.
Well, Harry Brook has been good. 17 from 37. He's been proactive. He's got a bad ball. He's put it away. George Hill, the other hand, 1 from 30. All well and good sitting tight and staying firm. You just got to try and make sure you don't build up any pressure on yourself. Try and rotate when you can. He's doing well there. He's keeping that left leg, his front leg, outside the line of the ball. So he's trying to eliminate that bat pad or offside leg side. Showing a decent technique thus far. Even that one, he goes back, but that left leg is right out of the way. So he's giving himself access to the ball. He's allowing his bat to come through.
Yeah, I think throwing it forward, that's how a lot of international batsmen will play him, off the back foot. Try and play him like that. Rather than just prop forward, they'll be waiting to score off the back foot. It's what he does well at the moment, trying to bring the batsman forward. Nine for 4.
Keeper up, change of ploy. Dane Villas, keep the batsman in the crease. Not a bad ploy from the former South African international. Just try, keep the batsman in the crease. All of a sudden LBW comes into play. Just one slip and a gully, but the wicketkeeper, I don't mind that. Danny Lamb, he's only medium fast, nothing more.
Just helped on its way. Because of the pace of the bowling, my leg is very square. Trying to cover two positions.
Well, it's a freebie, really. It's just one stump down leg side. It's a gift ball. And that's what Harry Brook has done well today. He's pounced on anything, whether it be too straight or slightly short. He's been proactive, always looking to score. Even though you're looking to defend and get a draw, you're still looking to be positive and score runs. Batting just on the crease.
$113 for 4. Very quiet driving in this morning, wasn't it? Subdued Manchester after last night. Champions Trophy. Champions League even. Champions Trophy.
Well, they might have a better chance of winning the Champions Trophy.
Champions League final. Change, Matt Parkinson. There was a extended chat with perhaps the senior players just the over before. It seems like that's the decision that's been made. Just it might not be a change for long, just a change of angle, off spin, leg spin. He mixes it up. Just perhaps something just a little different for a while.
I wouldn't be surprised if Parkinson switches to the Jimmy Anderson end. Just to change, I'll have a little look from the other end. Liam Livesey can turn the ball. Can get some sharp turn on it.
Not much happening for Liam Livingston. Not a lot of turn off the fresher part of the pitch. 115, 16 for 4. So a couple of changes. Luke Wood, who's bowled impressively, he's bowled quickly, he's bowled aggressively, if at times a little short, but he's certainly bowled with good pace. So starts round the wicket. Sometimes captains like an off-spinner bowling at one end and a left-armer bowling at the other to create some rough for him, but you can see he's round the wicket here. If he'd been bowling over the wicket, perhaps Liam Livingston can use some of the footmarks that are created, but Dane Villas, the captain, has made the change, but Luke Wood's deciding round the wicket. See his precious little on the left of your screen there. If he was bowling over the wicket, he can create a little bit of rough with the follow through, but round the wicket for now.
Just going to try and get it to hold a bit. You imagine from around the wicket, just try and get it to hold a little bit and feather through. But yeah, many captains would say to your bowler, just give me 2 or 3 overs over the wicket. Just get on the pitch a little bit, because that side of the pitch you mentioned, the left side, is absolutely perfect condition still.
Combinations over the years, that left arm over and off spinner. Mitch Stark, Australia, Nathan Lyon, complement each other well.
When you think of the strong Warwickshire era, Jeetan Patel, as wonderful a bowler as Jeetan Patel is, Keith Barker would have been instrumental in a lot of his dismissals because he created that rough. Keith Barker, good cricketer, good all-rounder, but he, you know, when Keith Barker went to Hampshire, Jeetan Patel didn't have that assistance. It certainly is a combination that's required at times.
Dual value, isn't it? A left armour. One, the change of angle, and 2, they follow through. Nicely played in the end. He was slightly beaten on the line, but he didn't push at it, and it's always going down.
Yeah, it's well played. Didn't do a great deal wrong. It's actually a decent ball from Luke Wood. I reckon that's the angle. That's the theory that Luke Wood and Dane Villas are looking for. That round the wicket, just hold it a little bit and catch a feather. George Hill was good enough there. Gets himself a boundary, releases a little bit of pressure on himself. Bit of a conflab between the quicks, top of the mark. Bailey, Saki Mahmood, Luke Wood all having a chat.
Thinking of some other combinations, left arm, Chaminda Vass, Murley. Would have been a good, mind you, he didn't need much help, did he?
Handy, that was very handy. Well, you spoke about Nottinghamshire, I suppose. Side bottom Swan and Greg Smith, the ex-left arm quick, and Graham Swan, that championship side they won, I think maybe 2004, 2005. I was playing the game at Canterbury when Notts sealed the championship. Greg Smith and side bottom, Graham Swan as a spinner. Good team, very good. Andre Adams of the right arm was there as well.
Mark Ilott and Peter Such, that is going back a little further, Essex. Well played. Really nicely played, good alignment. 120 for 4.
You're just racking your brain there for the ideal left arm offie combo, aren't you?
Just trying to think of other ones. There must be loads of them. In county cricket, international cricket, it's such a lethal combination. But it's a sort of thing, it's a sort of thing some captains will be thinking about now, not so much with the left arm, but they're thinking game might go on throughout the afternoon into the early part of, or late part of the afternoon, so I might just need to prepare myself for that. So perhaps just ask the right arm bowler to bowl round the wicket for a little bit. As well as planning for the moment and thinking about breaking this partnership, you're also thinking down the line how you might get, Liam Livingstone might have a bit more assistance at sort of 4 o'clock.
Doesn't need to play that. Doesn't need to hang the bat out there. He's only defending. No need to defend on 5th, 6th stump. Let that one roll through to the keeper.
A bit quicker to finish. 122 for 4.
.69 overs have been bowled. New ball available in 11 overs. Might not take it. Might just have another go at reverse swing with Saqib. Luke Wood to continue round the wicket. That'll be 4. No third man. Frustrating, Kate, when there's no third man there. Would you call it third? Are we third man or third?
Don't get into that, Bumble. Third person? Doesn't work, does it?
Used to be thirders. Drop down to thirders. A
Deep
productive
third.
shot, deep third. Can be productive. In fact, yeah, there's so many runs to play with. 224, but they've put thirders in place. Just one slip now. changed their mind. Because he's coming. Now then, what's happening now? Bit of something different. It's 2 slips. Second slip has gone very, very close. See the plan from Luke Wood. He's using that short ball. He's got a bit of pace, and then he's going to bowl this full delivery.
I think it's a good plan with that angle that he bowls when he comes round the wicket. Trying to get Hill trapped on the crease. Played well here, Hill. Looks solid. Absorbed the pressure.
I think the pair of them, Harry Brook on 24, George Hill on 11. You needn't look at the board, don't bother looking at the board, they're way behind. They've just got to keep Lancashire out there. I mentioned yesterday, just think about what have we got. Well, it's a great day. It's a brilliant pitch. It's a really good pitch. Just play sensibly. Back for a long time. Don't look at the board. Again. 70 overs have been bowled, 126 for 4. So what do you think about the new ball? I mean, Saqib bowled a long spell, didn't he? So he's had a good rest, and he did reverse swing. He's the quality bowler. Do you think they'll take the new ball straight away, or just have another go at reverse swing?
I think they'd be daft not to give Saqib another go with that ball. You're getting it to go around corners, wasn't he? He was getting it to go both ways. Movement off the pitch. He was smart how he bowled, I thought, this morning. Really smart.
Interesting is Livingston. He tends to bowl off spin. Then he'll chuck a leg spinner in. Are you around at the same time as the men's team? Do you ever sort of mix and match and go into their practice?
Not often, no. Glenn Maxwell came to one of our sessions 2 years ago. Came and did some fielding and some range hitting with us, which was good fun. But no, not often. And especially with COVID now, Bumble, there's too many protocols.
Absolutely.
It's a shame though, I think it'd be really beneficial. I've always maintained growing up, playing men's cricket was a real positive for me. I kind of had to learn the hard way. The ball was hit harder at me and bowled quicker at me.
I think it's a good exercise because particularly here at Old Trafford there's such a bank of nets. There's not many nets on the practice area. Just an opportunity to look at sort of different skills and, as you say, pace. Just obviously a little bit more pace. 26 for 4.
I can tell you I wouldn't fancy facing Saqib in the nets though. I'd have a sore hammy that day, I think.
No, I mean, you could pick who you. I mean, Josh Barnum, he'd be just about right. He tries hard. I remember him. He used to bowl a bit. I haven't seen him bowl in this season. Sophie Eccleston, left arm spinner, good left arm spinner.
She'd get them all out, I reckon.
Right, she can bowl.
They wouldn't invite us back.
I watched Emma Lamb a couple of years ago at Bramhall in the men's team. Played really well, top scored. She's still at Bramhall. Has she moved? I think Danny moved to Alderley Edge, his local club.
I'm not sure if Emma went with him, but again, COVID's meant that we've not been able to play much club cricket this year, or obviously last year. She had another 100 yesterday, started our Rachel Hayhoe Flint campaign off with a ton, while Danny was scoring runs here, apparently.
Played well yesterday, Danny Lamb. And Josh Barnum with a memorable century. He's second in first-class cricket, but Danny Lamb, I've seen Danny Lamb emerge from Cheshire to come on the staff, to improve. It's really good when you see a player do that, you know, just get better and better with better fitness, technique, practice.
As Lancashire fans as well, it's nice to see the youth coming through, isn't it, and seeing that system working.
Well, they'll need a big squad, because when you get into one-day cricket, Saqib would probably go, Parkinson would go, Livingston. So then you're into the younger players, and they've got some really good young players. George Lavelle, George Balderson, Rob Jones. Can't get in the team, Rob Jones.
Just going to mention Rob Jones. I really feel for him as a player. I think he's the kind of player that always does what he's asked and does well. And he wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? Every emotion. When he scored that first ton, I remember his celebration. It went viral on Twitter. And yeah, can't get in the team.
And then they got Richard Gleeson coming back, and he's rapid. Interesting character from Blackpool, and played down at Northants and then came back here. Just coming back, just getting back to fitness.
It's a great headache to have, though, isn't it? Especially, you know, in a Roses clash like this. We see Yorkshire probably in the situation. They've got a lot of big names missing. Balance is injured. Joe Root away with England duties. David Milan coming back from the bubble life of the IPL. Need to be reliant on your young players coming through to be able to take pressure of situations like the Roses clash.
Mentioned over the last 2 days, it's been gorgeous weather. About 3,000 in, 3,500. He's been so polite and so sedate. I just go back to when I was playing. There were barrackers and shouting. When you're playing, do you get any barrackers?
When we play Yorkshire, we do, yeah. Yeah, that rivalry does cross over, but I know what you mean. It's quite quiet today, isn't it?
It has been for 3 days. A Roses match. Usually, I'm only going back to when I played, and crikey, they'd be at it. And you can hear them. You can hear each individual.
You think that's something to do with the nature of the COVID protocols and how spread out everyone is, or do you just think we're just glad to watch a bit of live sport?
I think that's it. The second bit, we've been deprived of it for so long, and you get 3,500. There was a real roar when it turned out day one, when they walked onto the field. There's a real good round of applause and anticipation from the spectators. But by when I'm playing, used to be dotted all round.
I feel like that's where white ball cricket really comes into its own these days, especially with that temporary stand over there. I wouldn't want to be a Yorkshire player fielding in front of that on a Friday night at the T20 Blast. And they're all 10 pints deep.
Reminder of Bay 13 over at the MCG. Played test matches there. One test match there. We have fielders who refuse to go down and field there. I'm not going down there. Tony Gregg said I'll go. And they used to chuck all sorts. Chuck everything at you. And he used to throw it back at him.
What was the worst you got?
An esky, a full esky.
You'd be pleased with that on the last session of the day, wouldn't you?
Well, I think, somebody like Greggy, who's such a character, he just take the top off a bottle and have a little swill and throw it back at him. Focus, Bay 13 at the G. Off spin. See the line he's bowling. It'd be interesting, this. So Don Best bowl so many overs for Yorkshire. I'll just see Livingston, who I'll say is a part-time bowler. We'll just see what line he bowls, because he's got a slip and a gully. Looks as if he's trying to challenge the outside edge as well. The full P.
Got away with that one.
Now where's he just been? That's the head coach, Glenn Chappell. Wonderful servant to this club, class bowler. Just short of 1,000 wickets. We saw this down at Glamorgan last week, Kate, that just like club and league cricket, they have a walk round the ground. You usually have a game of bowls as well sometimes. These just had a walk round. Donald Trump's here. Oh, I never. Make Lancashire great again. On his cap, see. Watching Matt Parkinson today. He should have a long ball. See what variations. Hard spun leg spin is his stock delivery. Now what about the googly? Has he got one out the front of his hand? certainly not playing a shot at him. 1 for 20, Matt Parkinson. This is 18th over. Josh Bohannon at second slip is on his knees. Who did that first time? Somebody did that a few years ago.
Just gone thick.
It might have been. Oh, that's it. Good defensive plays, this. Plenty of fielders around the bat. Looking assured. Harry Brooks is on 26, George Hill on 13.
Would you give Saqib an over just before lunch?
No, I don't think I would. I think I'd leave him till this afternoon. I'd carry on with these spinners. The way that they're playing, these two, they're playing for lunch and they're not lifting the bat, they're not playing a shot. Have as many fielders as you want round the bat. We don't have stump mics with us, so we don't know how much rattle there is around the bat. There is a fair bit in a Roses match.
Like you said, Bumble, it feels quite tame out there at the moment.
I just mentioned fielders around the bat, they're not really playing a shot. I'd have one right in front of him. Fielder right in front of him, just on the offside. Rattling through these overs, Lancashire. 32 for 4. When's your next match?
Tomorrow, playing in Chester.
Versus?
Sunrisers. Won't mean much to you, that one, will it? That's the southeast.
All right, yeah.
We're in regionals now, so it dotted around a little bit more.
Who's their top players?
Not done my homework yet, Bumble.
Well, you've been busy.
I've been busy doing my homework for this.
What time did you get back from Bristol last night?
Wasn't too bad, actually. We about 10:30. Just enough time to get last orders in. Sunrisers, they've got Maddie Villiers. Young off spinning all rounder Maddie. She's a good player. Going to be a very good player. Fran Wilson. Yeah, they lost yesterday. Chasing 312.
Score 312. How many did they get?
189 all out.
Oh, it's good. Great length. It's nicely played, just tucked away into the leg side. Rare boundary. 137 for 4.
Brooke particularly looks like he's trying to be a little bit busier against Parkinson here. Don't want to get pulled into that defensive mindset.
Ten minutes left before lunch. So Yorkshire an eye on the clock. I reckon they've all been off spinners from Livingston. He'll bowl a leg spinner.
It's great to see in 2020 cricket, isn't it, when he's got his left-hander and he comes on and bowls his leggies. Right-hander will switch mid-over, bowl his off-spin. Very versatile.
But I'd have one right in front of him. 5 or 8 minutes before lunch. So just blocking, coming forward. Get somebody in his eye line. Legger, there it is.
You called it, Bumble. Spun as well.
Another spinning. A couple of leg spinners there, and they're a different style of leg spin than Parkinson. Matt Parkinson gets the ball going up in the air and above the batsman's eye line, and he bowls it pretty flat.
I think that's one of Matt Parkinson's real strengths, is that he's got the ability to bowl slow. As daft as that sounds, it can be really effective in all formats of the game, really. But he's got that ability to get the ball to dip at the last moment. Whereas I feel Livingston's honed his leg spin skill through white ball cricket, through having to be a little bit flatter and almost comes a bit more round arm with it.
Get his bat out of the way and his gloves. Parkinson around the wicket. Aiming at that rough area. The batsman can kick it away on the leg side, just kick it away. You don't have to play, but you've got to get your hands and your bat away from it. Who then? A bit different line.
Crowd are sensing it here, aren't they? 5 minutes before lunchtime. Batsman just trying to take a bit of time out of the game.
He's got to work it out as a batsman. He's gone around the wicket into that rough. Do I want to play? Do I have to kick it away?
You can see he's changed his guard as well to try and cover that. He's setting up outside leg stump. Trying to smother that turn out the rough.
Just a date for your diary, very quickly. August 1st to August 6th. It's the Bunbury Festival, under 15s. The best cricketers in the country will be playing in the Bunbury Festival at Loughborough August 1st to August 6th, weather will be good. Prospective England cricketers. 15 Bunburys have played for England.
Not too gentle from the crowd there, giving him the old way through his legs. Parky will be thinking about what he's having for lunch, I reckon.
I can tell him, well, I know what ours is, it's Irish stew. He's Tigers now, isn't it? I think that's better.
I think especially with those foot marks that he's got outside leg stump there. He's getting the ball to turn as well.
Oh, this is a long chase, Danny Lamb. See an all run for it. No, leave it at 3.
I think with Livingston's leg spin, you've always got the bad ball there, haven't you? You've got the opportunity to score, which I think these two have done really well, actually. They've still had that intent to score.
One more delivery before lunch. Good effort by Brook and Hill. Take Yorkshire to 144 for 4. Another passage of play after lunch. New ball is due after 80 overs. Yorkshire still trail by 206, but these two young lads have done pretty well there.
Absolutely, they absorbed that pressure that was created early in that first hour from Lancashire. Thought they came out and bowled superbly. Saqib with that oldish ball, getting it to reverse, getting it to talk. But yeah, like you said, Bumble, these two have done brilliantly in that last hour after drinks.
Time for a bit of Irish stew then. Interesting after lunch as to whether Lancashire take that new ball or just keep going, looking for a reverse swing. Good morning session that. Good hard cricket. 2 wickets for Lancashire, but a good partnership from the two young Yorkshire lads. Right, time for some Irish stew. There's Donald Trump again.
Well, you're going to get a chance to pick your greatest Lancashire 11, but we need to set some ground rules first of all.
Right.
Players that you've seen, played with or coached. So we're not going pre-war.
No, from 1965. I started here professionally in 1965. So we'll go from 1965.
Okay, but no overseas players
No
either.
overseas.
They've got to be Lancashire-produced players.
Yeah, we're sort of going what we did at Glamorgan, picking that all-time Glamorgan 11. So each home ground that we do, we'll have a go.
You said 65, you were first here for the first time as a professional. You came here for the first time in 62, I reckon, just a few years before that. So we're looking at 6 decades of Lancashire cricket. Just before we go to the best 11, you've probably been intimately involved with 2 very successful teams. One as a player, early 70s, lots of one-day success.
Yeah.
Then as a coach,
Yeah.
mid-90s,
Yeah.
lots of one-day success. In all that time,
Yeah.
the club has won 1 county championship. Why the discrepancy?
Well, going back to that time when we were a crackerjack one-day team, we had an ebullient chairman called Cedric Rhodes who ruled the roost. And he sort of let it be known that the money that comes in here is one-day cricket. Give it your very best one-day cricket. And we had the tools, we had a really good side. So I would say from a playing career, there was a real accent on one-day cricket. And if you did well in the championship, fine. But I vividly remember that if you did win the championship, you got a very nice flag. They gave you a flag to fly, and that was about it. So one-day cricket.
I'm going to put you on the spot. The 1970s side against the 1990s side in one-day cricket. Who's winning?
70s side had win one days, but the 90s side was a crackerjack outfit. Of course, we had to get past Akram, and so I think that we'd probably put Clive Lloyd at both ends. or Farouk. Farouk could take him on. Yeah.
Okay, your best side then. You've got to come up with some openers first of all.
Right, I'm going to invite yourself to
Very
open,
kind.
and I'd like you to captain the side, so we'll get that out of the way. Now, my candidates, I had plenty. Barry Wood was one, Jeff Puller was another, Gian Mendes, who played for Lancashire, although he came from Sussex, eligible to play for England. But I've plumped for Graham Fowler. I opened with Graham Fowler. I thought he was a fantastic player, as brave as they come, and a great player of spin in that he got a double hundred in India in the same game that Mike Gatting got a double hundred. So it's yourself and Fowler. He was a real wispy sort of player.
And an Accrington boy.
And an Accrington lad, and I think that your style of play and his style of play would have been perfect as an opening combination.
Of course, the one opener who would loom large, and it's earlier, going back earlier than your 65 onwards, but the one player who would loom large over Lancashire would be Cyril Washbrook, both as a player, captain, administrator as well.
He ruled the roost, and he was what I would consider the first team manager. He was unpaid, he was a member of the committee, but he would move around wherever the team was, and he'd turn up unannounced and sort of be sat in the crowd, and then you'd get pulled to go and sit with Mr. Washbrook, who would discuss your game.
And in those days, the committee did,
Yeah.
you know, all powerful.
Well, we were subservient to the committee very much so. We were frightened to death of them. But I've got my openers.
Number 3.
John Crawley, what a class player. Beautiful player, John Crawley, heavy scorer. John Crawley, if he'd get 100, he'd get a big 100. I thought he was a wonderful touch player as well. Didn't quite happen for him at international level, but at county level, I thought he was a crackerjack.
The player who batted number 3 in your playing days, Harry Pilling, does he get close or not?
Harry was wonderful. What a character. And sort of old Lancashire supporters of yesteryear would remember Harry batting with Clive Lloyd. So Harry had
The long and the short of it.
He'd touch about 5'3", Harry, and Clive was 6'5", something like that. Harry used to look up at him. He was a great character. Epitomised Lancashire Cricket Club, Harry Pilling. But I'm going for John Crawley, big scorer.
And, I mean, you're being modest. You're not allowed to pick yourself, but you'd kind of have a sneak, wouldn't you?
No, I'm not remotely good enough. Jeff Puller got in way before me. I survived somehow for 19 years or 20 years. But, you know, when you've got all the players at an international ground to pick from, you're going to offend some supporters that why haven't you picked him and so on. So it's a bit of a task from 1965, but there's some wonderful players.
So Atherton, Fowler, Crawley, number 4?
Nailed on. Neil Fairbrother. What a player. You know, the general, we used to call him in the dressing room. He was a barrack room lawyer. He ran the dressing room. fabulous player. Take the quicks on, you think he's going to get absolutely nailed here, but he'd take the quicks on, and impish again, cheeky. He'd play all the bits and pieces shots that you see nowadays. Good runner, good scamperer. He had the worst hamstrings that we've ever come across. He would turn up at any... My hamstrings are tight, my hamstrings are tight. Couldn't touch his toes at any stage.
It's interesting that, because he was a bit of a worrier off the field, and I think that tension somehow got to his, body or hamstrings or whatever, but you wouldn't notice that tension when he got to the middle, because he just flay bowlers around.
Yeah, and when he got to the middle, he was a little chap. He had a presence. He had a presence as he walked out down the steps, and when he'd go down the steps from the pavilion, there'd be a buzz around the ground, because he was a dasher, wasn't he? He's not gone in there to play time, he's gone in there to score.
And do you think in this day and age, when perhaps one-day cricket and one-day cricketers find it easier to make that transition to Test cricket, do you think in a different era he'd have played a lot more Test cricket?
He should have played a lot more. I thought he was badly done to by England. Didn't have a night watchman in a game here, I think it was, in his first Test match, and I think that sort of worried him, as you said. And he should have played a lot more Test matches. He was a gun player for England, one-day cricket in World Cups.
And a great fielder. Number 5, who have you got?
Number 5, I've gone for a lad from my era, who was captain of Lancashire boys, fabulous player, Frank Hayes. Fantastic player. He went to university and then he came here and walked straight into the team. And it's not there now, but when the pitch was the other way around, we had a border control stand which sort of dominated the main pitch from the second pitch, which is now like the car park and the nets. And he hit Bish and Beddy twice onto the roof of the border control stand. And he held the bat right at the bottom, and he had a long handle, a smaller blade, long handle. And again, like Neil Fairbrother, a gifted dasher.
Am I right in saying he got 100 in his first Test?
106 in his debut Test match.
First Test, but not so much thereafter. What happened to him?
No, he had a couple of injuries, as I recall, a foot injury, and he sort of get left by the wayside at international level. But he was one of the, at that time, he was one of the best players in England, middle order batsman.
And there is a link between Frank and a current England cricketer, Stuart Broad. What's the link?
School.
He became a school teacher.
School teacher. And he's just retired, Frank, and incredibly, I didn't know, he must have been really brainy. He got very thirsty, did Frank. He was a real thirsty sort of lad. But he taught pure physics. That's right. What he did, pure physics.
Number 6?
Number 6, it's got to be Andrew Flintoff. Again, what a presence. And you'll remember when I was coach and I brought him in, Andrew Flintoff. You've got to get him in, you've got to stand him at second slip, he'll catch everything. He promptly dropped 2 off Wazim. But he went on to great things, and you could tell, just as a young cricketer, he was so tall and big and lithe. He would walk into the county side and he would walk into the England team.
Well, I remember you were coach then of Lancashire, probably just before you became England coach, and I remember you saying, this kid is going to be absolute dynamite. And actually, it wasn't so obvious to me.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see he was going to be a good player, but I remember you saying he's going to be dynamite, and you're absolutely right.
I'd followed him through under-14s and under-15s in schoolboy festival cricket, and he's quite a dominant player. He was so tall. And I do remember that Warren Hegg, our wicket-keeper, who we will come to, in a game where Andrew bowled quickly with Wazim Akram, and Warren came in, he said the young lad's hitting the gloves harder than Wazim, so he had real pace. His foot injury sort of pushed him back a long way, which frustrated Andrew a lot at the back end of his career, but he's nailed on at 6.
And balances the side as the all-rounder, so who's coming 7?
I'm picking 12, by the way, because I want to know conditions. At number 7, just at the minute, is Mike Watkinson, who started as a medium pacer from the Bolton Leagues, a very handy, dangerous batsman who finished up bowling off spin. Why did he finish up bowling off spin? And to work really hard to get him to bowl off spin, because he thought by learning a new trade he'd go out of the team. He didn't want to do that, he wanted to carry on with these, but he finished up bowling then into Wazim Akram's footmarks. That was so important for the team, that you got Akram at one end, creating rough for Watkinson, who was a quick spinner. He bowled it quickly and give it a good tweak.
Big long fingers.
Big long fingers.
Good all-round cricketer, as you say. Number 8?
Warren Egg.
Yeah. Standout wicket-keeper.
Standout wicket-keeper. You never noticed Warren. You just didn't notice him behind the stumps. But also a belligerent batsman. He would go out there, he'd puff his chest out and he'd play some shots. Unorthodox sort of player. Could get it down to third man from anywhere. He liked a little sweep. But as a wicket-keeper, you never noticed him. And I cannot recall him dropping anything. He just took everything.
We're not allowing overseas players,
No.
but the great overseas player in your era as a player here was Farouk Engineer.
Brilliant.
How would you compare and contrast the two as wicket-keepers, Warren Hegg and Farouk Engineer?
Very, very close. Farouk was a showman, a real artist behind the stumps, and he'd play up to the crowd, and we got big crowds on here. And he was loved by the crowd. He was so popular. And again, Farouk would open the batting, and I think he scored 96 in a session against the West Indies over in the Caribbean. So he liked to play the hook shot. In fact, Farouk liked to play every shot in the book. And so we're only picking Lancashire players, so what a heck.
Got to come up with some seamers now. Where are you going? 9, 10, 11, 12?
9, 10, 11, 12. So I think there's 2 of them just walk into the team.
Any team.
We walk into any team. So that's Jimmy Anderson for one and Brian Statham for another. So there's an opening pair. And we don't need to say anything else. And there's some other wonderful bowlers. Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth, Peter Lee, Ken Higgs. Fantastic bowlers. But I'm sure they would agree that these 2 would be the opening pair.
And both of them reflect how cricket has changed in many ways. Brian Statham bowled thousands of overs here, hundreds and thousands of wickets for Lancashire. Jimmy Anderson's focus, he has played for Lancashire obviously quite a bit, but his focus has been very much as an England player, as an England contracted player. Amazing Statham's record when you add those test matches into the fact that he played so much first-class cricket here for Lancashire.
Yeah, and
he had a fag and a drink, and
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, he loved a gin and tonic, and he had a cigarette and so on. But he was naturally fit, and he would be downwind. He'd be downwind. Ken Higgs would be upwind. But there was a similarity between Anderson and Statham.
Quite lithe.
Lithe, quick enough, not rapid, quick enough, but deadly accurate. And he had a different action than Jimmy Anderson and Brian Statham, and he crossed his legs over as he got into his delivery stride. But he knew where it was going.
He was your first club captain. Was he a good club captain to have
lovely.
as a young man?
He didn't say out. He didn't say anything, Brian. He just led by example, really. And so those 2 just walk into the team. Now, the other seamer I've got is a lad who's here now, Glenn Chappell.
Yep.
And so I'm going to either play Glenn Chappell or Mike Watkinson, depending on conditions. If I need a balanced attack with 2 spinners, I'm going to play Watkinson. If I want an extra seamer, I'm going to play Glenn
It's often
Chappell.
said of Glenn Chappell that if you picked an 11 of the best players not to have played for England, he'd be in there.
Yeah, he just short of 1,000 wickets for Lancashire. He's now head coach at Lancashire, and the batsman as well, dangerous. He could give it a tonk. But again, he's that sort of Statham bowler and longevity in his career. I wouldn't be surprised if he isn't still registered at Lancashire, because he was a couple of years ago that if he got into an emergency, he could have played. And so he's instrumental to my 12.
You need a main spinner to finish it off.
Now then, this is going to be really controversial. Where could I have gone? Go back to my era, it could have been David Hughes, Jack Simmons, wonderful cricketers, both of them genuine all-rounders. A lad who I signed on the motorway services, Gary Keady, who turned out to be fabulous for Lancashire, a left-arm spinner who got natural dip and spin and could change his pace. But I've gone for the fella who's playing here. I've gone for Matt Parkinson. I'm really excited by Matt Parkinson, and I'm looking at the team I've picked with Statham and Anderson and Flintoff and Chappell, and I think with him in the side as a wristy leg spinner,
it's a good place to bowl leg spin.
Great place to bowl
leg spin. As the pitch always, I mean, when Laker took his 19 wickets here in the 50s, it obviously spun.
Yeah.
I played on some very fast pitches here. What were they like in the 70s and
green
early 80s?
seamers, 60s and 70s. Easy to understand why, because they were natural turf of the area. It was a natural soil. And then late 60s, early 70s, they added loam. And so it'd be Surrey loam, Mendip loam, to try and uniform the pitches around the country. So that loam is like a high clay content to get a bit more pace in, and so that greenness started to go out of the pitches.
And therefore a good place to bowl leg spin because you
fit.
get bounce. I mean, Shane Warne obviously loved bowling here.
Yeah, it's a natural place for spinners. They can't stop this pitch spinning at some stage, and it tends to spin later on as the game progresses. So I think Matt Parkinson, leg spin, googly, something out of the front of his hand, I think he's a shoo-in.
Well, we're going to take all comers on with that 11, but how are we going to go on against the best Yorkshire 11 from 1965?
I was frightened to death of them in 1965. The Fred Truman, good grief, Don Wilson, Ken Taylor, Dougie Paget, Raymond Illingworth, Brian Close, Geoffrey Boycott. I used to shake when I saw this little lad. I'm 19, oh no, they're going to hurt me.
Well, Lancs are going well in this game so far. I haven't beaten Yorkshire now for 10 years in a first-class game, amazingly.
They've only beaten Yorkshire, or they haven't beaten Yorkshire here, as it seems, 2000.
Long time.
Yeah, long time. Times now.
New ball, excellent partnership, terrific partnership between Harry Brook and George Hill. So, well, we reckon a couple of thousand are in, as they have been throughout the first few days of this game. And Lancashire are just preparing themselves. Well, it's a really important session for them now. Just a couple of sessions left in the game. And Saqib there has been so impressive. They may continue with the older ball. That's reversed a little bit for them. Or they have that option coming up to take the second new ball. So the partnership between Harry Brook and George Hill is 52, but Niall O'Brien is alongside me. You kind of feel they've achieved a bit more than that.
Very much so. Job well done by the two youngsters. I thought they've been excellent this morning. A lot of pressure, especially Harry Brook walked out on a pair. Never a nice feeling, but he's acquitted himself well. He's been a little bit more proactive, a little bit more aggressive, even trying to be defensive and save a game. I think it's important you try and score runs, so I think Harry Brook has been excellent. George Hill, he was one off 39 balls at one stage, and that is a pressure situation even for a young lad. When you're trying to save the game, you're still trying to score runs, but he has played nicely. Both technically very sound, two good cricketers, good pedigree, so I've been very impressed.
Say good pedigree, and both played in the Under-19 World Cup 2018 version for Harry Brook, and George Hill in the 2020 World Cup, Junior World Cup. He was vice-captain, George Hill, and Harry Brook was captain, so there's the pedigree. But whilst we've got a few minutes to chat, I want to take you back to when you were 18, 19, 20, 21 and trying to make your way in first-class cricket in this very situation. What were you going through and what were you trying to achieve?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't think I would have shown as much composure as these two young lads. I think they've been brilliant, They haven't been scrambled at all. They've come up against Saqib Mahmood, who's bowled brilliantly. That's a tough equation in itself. They know there's a leg spinner who's turning the ball considerably away from the bat, not much into the bat. So I suppose that's one maybe mode that's not going to trouble you. But I think they've showed great composure. I think back when I was 18, 19, batting on Sky Sports, trying to save a game for my county, a very proud county in Yorkshire. That's a lot of pressure. You got friends and family at home, watching, wishing you luck. They would have been nervous. They would have been very nervous, especially after a very poor batting display first time around by Yorkshire. So I think they've been superb. I think they've shown, as I said already, good technical ability, a very good mindset. They're playing on a good surface, and now sitting having their lunch, they should have been very happy. And without looking too far ahead, they should have been thinking, listen, me and you can battle tea time here. Not going to be easy. There is a second new ball around the corner. That's going to be another little problem, but it's a feather in their cap so far.
Yeah, again, we can't look too far. I'm sure they're not looking too far ahead either, but it's a sort of first time really in best part of 4 days where Yorkshire can feel like, remember they were, 40 for 7 the first morning here, which seems an eternity ago, but they're still just about clinging on.
Yeah, and it's a little bit dangerous in itself. You start thinking, we're probably out of this game. We've been bowled out cheaply. Lancs have batted us out of the game. We're playing for a bit of pride. And all of a sudden you start thinking, we can actually get out of this game with a draw. So do you start playing slightly differently? Lancashire have all the cards up their sleeve, but I just think Yorkshire, so far, this second innings, they've batted brilliantly. Go back to Adam Lyth and Tom Kohler-Cadmore last evening, set the tone nicely. These two youngsters are doing very well. Got to start again. Next session, you just got to start again and put that last hour, as well as you played these two young men on your screen, you got to put that last hour and start again.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the real challenge. I asked you what it was like when you were 18, 19, 20, 21, but we sit here as those that have been through a professional career for many years, and we know what to tell yourself right now, but those two are just learning. So this is going to be a real challenge, and it's just starting that session again.
Yeah, but enjoy it. That's the most important thing, Everyone was expecting this morning Lancashire going to win the game. Everyone expects it around the country. They're looking at the scores on the app. Lancashire going to win that game. All of a sudden now, these two youngsters have done brilliantly. Go out and enjoy it. They're obviously close mates. They're similar ages. Go out and enjoy the battle. Enjoy the experience.
Went to the same school as well. They are good mates. Right, we are going to continue with Matt Parkinson. Again, the question really for Dane Villas is whether he takes the second. He may not take it straight away, but it's going to happen. No, he has the option to take it after this over. Right. Kate Cross is going to come and join you now.
Matt Parkinson down the wicket. Oh, what a start. It's a no ball. Might be for the back foot potentially. Alex Wharf might have come too wide on that return crease. Yeah, just crossing over that line. Absolute seed of doom, as they say in the game. What an absolute beauty that was. After a lunch, ready to go again for a second session. Lancs will be a little bit disappointed first time around, but a long way to go.
I'm happy now I've had my Irish stew. I'm happy to be sat back down. But yeah, great start from Matt Parkinson. A little bit of turn. I like this round the wicket option. I like the angle that he's created here.
All nicely from the Brian Statham end yesterday. Seemed to favour that over the Jimmy Anderson end. The dice here before that, potentially taking that second new ball. They probably have. I'll give Saki Mahmood a little burst with the older ball and then see if it's doing anything before maybe taking the second new rock. Impressed with these two young batsmen though?
Absolutely, yeah. They've really consolidated, haven't they? And they've absorbed the pressure that was created so beautifully by Saqib Mahmood this morning. And yeah, to be able to do this at such a young age. Like you said, live on Sky Sports, Roses Clash, big game. Crowd back in, sun shining. Really good bit of experience for these two, and I'm sure they would have got the pats on the back as they went into the dressing room at lunchtime.
Change of the field, leg slips come out, gone into a silly point. Previous ball, he looked just to turn to leg side. You've got to be very careful. You don't close the face too early and pop one back. Parkinson. Good shot, good option. It's a full toss, yes, it's leg side, but the positive intent continues. First over after lunch. Good boundary for Harry Brook. 151 for 4.
I think that's what Brook's done really well in his innings here. He's leapt on that bad ball, which there has been a few. We saw a few from Livingston before the lunch break, and I think when you're trying to survive a day like this, you've still got to have that intent to score, and he's done exactly that. He's punished the bad bowling.
Very important. The longer they go without getting this number, the 5th wicket, they get a little bit more frustrated, and that frustration will in turn bring bad balls where the batsman can capitalise. Tom Bailey, medium quick, going to have a go from the Brian Statham end. Good bowler. The linchpin of the Lancashire attack, been around a long time now. Always in the wickets. The old ball in hand, so look for a little bit of reverse. Got a slip and a gully in, a catching mid-wicket, which has been the norm in this fixture. Ball hasn't flown through to the slip cordon, albeit a very firm pitch.
It's a great start from Bailey. I think this morning felt like he was just searching a little bit for the wickets. Spoke about Saqib bowling from the James Anderson end and bowling so well. And we've just seen him launch the ball over the boundary. I think they're taking the newie.
It's amazing. One ball. He would have bowled, I reckon, 20 balls to Glenn Chappell after his lunch to warm up. Comes out and bowls one with the old ball and says, it's done absolutely nothing. Give me the new cherry. Like he threw it all the way up to the balcony. New ball in hand. Right away. Bit of shape and ball carrying through to Dane Villas.
Well, I was saying I thought he went a little bit too full this morning. I thought he was just searching for those wickets, and I think you can get pulled into that sometimes when you've got someone bowling so well at the other end. What they needed this morning was just Bailey to hold the end up, bowl dots, build pressure, and let Saqib do the talking from the other end.
Ball's fizzed through. It's a good leave. George Hill. Left hand on length. Do it. Old Trafford and the Oval, to a certain extent, you can trust the bounce. Even on day 4 pitch, that ball's carried through nicely. Oh yes, new ball, thank you very much. Absolute cracker. Why to just nip through the gate. Tom Bailey had one ball with the old one, said no, I want the new hard ball. Give me the new ball, Skip, and he's repaid him straight away.
Absolutely brilliant from Bailey. A little bit of movement with the new ball. You can see what it means to the Lancashire players as well. They know they're close now. Another 5 wickets and they've got this game in the bag.
Well, George Hill played so well prior to lunch. Sometimes a lunch break can't do you any favours, and unfortunately he can't do much about that. It's an absolute peach of a ball. He's got to drag himself off here. He hasn't done a great deal wrong. It's an absolute cracking delivery. Nip back through the gate, top of the off stump. Eventually he might have been searching this morning, Tom Bailey. That was absolutely beautiful. 151 for 5. Don Best, the new man. Just what the doctor ordered for Lancashire. Early wicket. Second new ball. Well done, Dane Villas. Well done, Tom Bailey. Didn't waste any time getting that second new ball in hand. Don Best, who's had a pretty difficult summer with the ball. Just 9 wickets before this fixture. He's played well with the bat, though. Just felt there might have been a little feather on that dismissal, George. He didn't seem to do a great deal wrong. Looked like he had it covered.
No, I really feel for him. He put the hard yards in before lunch, hadn't he? Just seeing the replay here. I think there might have just been a little inside edge. Dragged it back onto the stumps. Perfect start for Lancashire here after lunch, though. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Amazing, what a new ball and a bit of a springier step. Great over. Wicket maiden, Tom Bailey. 81 have been bowled, 151 for 5. I just need a little break, don't you? This morning they would have been, Glenn Chappell and the coaching staff would have said, boys, you've got to be patient. It's not going to happen instantly. Sometimes you have a bit of a break, refresh. It can happen quickly.
I was speaking to Carl Crowe just before we actually travelled to Bristol on Friday morning. He's working with the Lancashire spinners, and he said that first day there was almost an element of that. They had Yorkshire 7 down early, a lot of adrenaline, and then they went searching for those last 3 wickets, and there was that lull in the game where Yorkshire pulled it back and had that partnership. I think sometimes you can get pulled into that as a bowling unit. You can search for those wickets and try and bowl that magic ball every single ball. Sometimes it's just about building pressure. Just be comfortable with dot balls, starve the batters of the strike. And I think Yorkshire always knew that it was always going to be a bit dangerous when that new ball came around again.
All the way. Zaki Mahmood was interested. It wasn't quite short enough for the pull shot. Got to be very careful. That second new ball skidding on. Very, very impressive this morning. Zaki Mahmood, good pace. Got that reverse swing. Looking for a bit of conventional swing here. 2 slips and a gully in play. Second new ball, absolutely crucial for both sides. Yorkshire can punch a couple of holes. Lancashire rather can punch a couple of holes in this middle order. Yorkshire need to try and decent half an hour here.
Have you played much here now?
Yeah, played lots. Great ground, Old Trafford. Mainly when the square was the other way. Many moons ago. Never had a great deal of success here, I must say. Always found Lancashire a bit of an intimidating outfit to play against. Fine team, fine players all through the eras. Always had a great overseas player as well. Always some brilliant overseas going back to Wazim Akram before my time, but like Carl Hooper, Andrew Simons, Matthias Muller-Rithran. Fantastic cricketers. Stuart Law here, played here for a long time. Needs to leave that alone, Don Best. Doesn't need to go near that 5th, 6th stump. Saki Mahmood, you would imagine, will be looking for the outside edge with this second new ball. Don Best just needs to hold his line, hold the stumps. And a nice place to keep wicket here. I never got too many runs here, but I always enjoyed keeping wicket to the spinners. I got good bounce. Seamers used to get good carry. And the fans, I used to love the fans. They're great. Always a great spirit here in the stands.
I've always loved cricket. I've grown up with cricket in the family. You know, forced to play it in the back garden. I've got 2 older siblings that I was the runaround kid that had to bowl all the overs, but it was that 2005 Ashes series that was what really kind of ignited the passion in me to want to pursue cricket. Watching Andrew Flintoff bowl here. And that was when the square was the other way around as well. I remember being sat in a stand under where we're sat now in the Players and Media. Would have been the old, not sure what they called it by then, but it would have been one of the old stands.
Good over, good pace. 82 overs ball, 152 for 5. Did well to get a ticket. If you were here watching that match, that was sold out. It could have been sold out 10 times over, I reckon.
Well, if you remember the queues, there was the old blimp, wasn't there, that used to be at the old grounds, and the equivalent of the drone or the spider cam now. And I remember the queues being backed up all the way down Talbot Road. And me and my mates from my cricket club from Haywood, we thought we'll just chance it. We'll take a packed lunch, we'll chance it. And where 2 of the queues converged at one of the gates, there was a kind of crowd of people, and we thought we'll just sneak in there. And within 5 minutes we were in, sat with our packed lunch, eating our butties, excited.
Say you queue jumped, is that right?
I would like to say it was smart manoeuvring. But I remember my uncle, he'd got on the Metrolink as well and came on his own to get, I think he had a ticket actually, and he had to get turned away because people like me were queue jumping and getting in.
Stole your uncle's ticket? You're only admitting it 16 years later. I love that.
Yeah, I've never told him this. I hope he's not watching.
It was a special summer. Brett Lee and Glenn McGrath batting out at the end. Ponting may have got 150 plus. I think Michael Vaughan had got too many in that series before that test match, and then he got a wonderful 100. Brilliantly well.
Showing my age as well, I played a warm-up game this week before the Rachel Hayhoe Flint started, and playing against my childhood hero's son. I said to some of the girls, I said, you know you're old when you're bowling at Rocky Flintoff.
Nice shot. Excellent shot. Don Best got everything absolutely perfect there. His alignment was good, head position good, weight transfer. Presented the full face of the bat. It's a lovely start.
don't think Bailey will mind this too much. Saw in the previous over, Best just having a little bit of a flap against Mahmood. I think he'll do that. He'll play his shots. He'll come out. He'll be aggressive and positive.
Yeah, an interesting time in Dom Best's development. Obviously not in the test squad. Put in some strong performances for his County Yorkshire. On that good length. How did you get on then? Did Rocky take you down? How did you take his wicket?
I was not letting him get me out. There was no way. He's a good bowler though. Going to be a real good player. Got all the tricks, all the variations.
Keep an eye on that one. Keep an eye on that Flintoff. Flintoff Jr. Yeah, Freddie, what a legend. Absolute legend of the game. I think we all fell in love with cricket that summer. Brent Jones tumbling away to his left at Edgbaston, proving all and sundry wrong about his skill sets. Asperovich gloving one down leg. Good finish. Good finish by Tom Bailey. Good hammering away there on the top of off. Good over though for Yorkshire. Lovely boundary from Dom Best. 83 ball, 157 for 5. Interesting now that test match now. If that test match was played now, Kasperovich he'd be sending it upstairs. Hand off the bat. Yeah, Shane Watson probably used all the reviews by that stage, I'd say. Wonderful summer ahead, both for the men and the women's game in England. Plenty of cricket. Fantastic to see. Crowds back in. White ball, red ball. It's going to be an action-packed summer. Saki Mahmood hunting his 4th.
Not quite found his line and length just after lunch, has he yet, Saqib? I think you can forgive him after the spell that he bowled this morning. It was absolutely beautiful. Dream start for Lancashire this morning.
Cut away. He had a look at the one previously and let it go through to the keeper and had a little look there. Had a dart at it. It was there to hit. It'd be disappointed he found the fielder there, Harry Brook. Sets himself up for the back foot. He goes back and across a long way, almost 2 feet inside the crease. Sets himself up for the cut and the pull. Asian. I think about full flourish drive on that one, but held himself back. Was probably there. Had a drive, just a little bit watchful. Harry Brook, Bailey out at the last minute. Good work in the covers. Al Davies. Not keeping today. Al Davies. Finger, we're led to believe. Cricketer Al Davies, good batsman. Pugnacious white ball batsman. Good keeper.
Pugnacious. It's not a word I've ever used or heard before, I don't think.
Pugnacious, yes. You tend to describe wicketkeeper batsmen who are small in stature as pugnacious. It's many words we could use, but I'm just using words that I used to be associated with myself. So, good cricketer, very good cricketer, very impressive young man. Watched him play a little bit in the T10 this winter. Wait, can't find the gap. It's a maiden. 84 overs have been bowled, 157 for 5. Yorkshire 157 for 5, trailing by 193. Glorious sunshine here at the fabulous Old Trafford. Sporting capital of England. You like that, don't you? You're happy with that?
Just going to say a few from Manchester won't be saying that after last night. But no, you're absolutely right. I don't think there's anywhere better to be on a sunny day than Old Trafford.
I can think of a few, but I'm very happy to be here. Happy driving up the M6 on Friday. Bank holiday traffic. Wasn't clever from me. Come on, Bailey, just in and around the top of off, top of middle. Hoping for one maybe just a nip either way, LBW or a feather through to Dane Villas. So far so good. Don Best looks very accomplished, as he has done all through his test career actually at the crease. He looks like a very well organised batsman. Help in your favour when you're a spin bowler and you can offer something with the bat. Think back to Ashley Giles, who was a very accomplished spinner for England, but you can always rely on Ashley Giles for a few runs at number 8 or 9 and a good slip fielder, a good gully fielder. So very important you contribute in all facets of the game.
There's been a bit of a theme throughout England's career with that, hasn't there? The Moeen Ali, Graham Swan. Always offering something else as well as tying an end up for your seam bowlers. You've got to be able to produce a little bit more than that these days, I think.
Yeah, Moeen Ali, always a batsman really, coming through Worcestershire, batted top of the order, number 3, number 4. High-class batsman, and his spin bowling was always good, but his spin bowling has improved a lot. But always a fine batsman first and foremost. Yeah, Graham Swan down the latter order, he'd carve you 20 or 30 more often than not. Don't see many cricketers nowadays, many bowlers. There's not many bunnies, as it were, in the olden days. You get 6 or 7 down, you can normally run through the tail. Doesn't happen anymore. They spend a lot of time in the nets, these youngsters. That's why the coaches have given up throwing balls. They've got the old sidearm dog sticks, save the shoulder. You normally get one coach in a setup that's very keen with the sidearm or the dog stick, and they get close and they're throwing it at 99 miles an hour. Totally unnecessary. Not asking to dob anyone in, but you must have someone in your setup that's like that, is there?
Gareth Breeze. He absolutely loves it. The testosterone that builds up when you hit him through the covers for 4. And the next ball just seems to have an extra 5 mile an hour on it. Just reminds you that, you know, he's there. He can hurry you up if he needs to.
Another maiden. Tom Bailey, Yorkshire 157 for 5. Well, that's typical, isn't it? An off spinner coming back in his second career as a coach, flinging the ball a million miles an hour. Gareth Breeze, one of the nicest men I've ever played against. Terrifying batsman. Oh, can't believe it. Very good cricketer, Gareth Breeze. Did a great job for Durham for a long period of time with the spin bowling, and always white ball cricket got some very useful runs back end of the innings. Oh, change of bowling. Slightly surprising. Danny Lamb into the attack from the James Anderson end. Second new ball still firm. Maybe Saki Mahmood just not quite happy with that new ball. We have another blast once the lacquer's gone off it. This is an interesting move. It's a small win for Yorkshire, seeing off Saki Mahmood's first spell in the afternoon session.
Immediately on the money there, Danny Lamb. Plays a real good role here for Lancashire doing this. Just stump to stump, real simple bowling. Tie and end up. I think Saqib not quite finding his line and length after lunchtime.
Oh, it's close. Alex Ward's having a good look, maybe just sliding down. Harry Brooks got to be very careful. He's a very big trigger, a long way back and a long way across.
A little bit wide on the crease there as well, Danny Lamb. That angle just helped pushing it down the leg side.
Well, Dane Villas did well, because sometimes the keeper can give the game away slightly. That LBW, Dane Villas did not move 1 inch down leg side, which probably gave me the impression that it was fairly close.
Is that something you practice as a keeper, or is that instinct?
No, I think it's totally instinctive. Dane Villas thought it was a lot closer than it was, and maybe misread the line of length, or he's a smarter man than I. Yeah, Danny Lamb, make a good point. 3 or 4 years ago, played against him numerous times in club cricket up in Cheshire. He used to play for Bramall, now he's at Alderley Edge, I think. He's really improved a lot, both batting and bowling. He looks a really good cog in the wheel here at Lancashire, doing a lot of the hard overs, you would think, and then with the bat, getting some vital runs down the lower order.
It's almost the unsung hero of the attack, isn't it? It's the hard yards, it's the tough overs. Having said that, I'm sure he'll be really pleased to have the new ball in his hand. Give himself the chance to get a little bit of movement off the seam. I think he might be at Bootle now, Danny Lamb. My sources tell me.
I got told incorrect information there. If he is at Bootle, I apologise to all the wonderful members of Bootle Cricket Club. Hard to keep up with all the comings and goings of cricketers these days. Good over. Danny Lamb of Bootle, fantastic. 158 for 5. Quiet proceedings this afternoon. Yorkshire have lost 1 in the afternoon session. On Bailey with the new ball, second new ball in his hand. Saki Mahmood taken out. I think he might just have 4 or 5 overs off and then come back in with that ball a little bit older. Bailey on the other hand, right on the money with that second new cherry. 1 more. That's what Lanks will be saying. Give us 1 more. Get into the young Harry Duke, who played well first time around for his 50. on the ball today, aren't you? You're right, Bootle.
Reliable sources. That's what I've been told you need in journalism.
Yeah, get the inside track. Well played. 1-0. Great cricket up this part of the Royal Lancashire League. Cheshire, very good standard. Liverpool competition, good strong sides, good pitches. Great support. I played 2 years at Nantwich. I loved it. Hundreds of people turning up, more than I got for county cricket when I was playing in some of my counties.
Yeah, we always say at Haywood it was a drinking club with a cricket problem.
They still pass the cap around for the man of the match.
Yeah, they used to send me around with the cap because they always thought I'd get a bit more coin than if they sent the under 12 round.
Always worthwhile when you got the player of the match. You'd go home with a few bob in your pocket. 20p's, 50p's. Even sometimes someone gave you a 2p piece. That was a bit stingy, I thought, but nice tradition. Traditional cricket here, Old Trafford. Yorkshire batting out for the draw. Harry Brook is going well. Good young player. 49 out, Don Best, England international, giving him good support. Wide of the crease. Clever from Tom Bailey. You can just hear the admiration from behind the stumps. Yes, Bales, excellent. Just uses the crease. Change the angle ever so much. Just change the thought process for the batsman. On a good pitch, you need to have all the tricks up your sleeve. Change of field, just dropping a square leg out, deep square. I think it's Keaton Jennings. Deep backward square leg. Line and length as always, Tom Bailey, another maiden. 87 overs have been bowled. Yorkshire, 158 for 5.
Just feel this is a good move at the right time.
Spun around for a quick spell from the Anderson end before lunch. Tried to go around the wicket and find whatever rough there was, but didn't come to much.
Need to just pitch it up a little bit more.
Bit of a throwback, that. The long hop first ball. Don't see it too often in the modern game. And very frugal overall.
Played. He's shown a bit of class here, Harry Brook. Saw him play under 19s, looked a good player then, but he's played with great composure. He's been very measured, and he tries to get fully forward and fully back against the spin. It's the best players around the world, and that's what they try and do. See, when he gets forward, the bat is way out in front of the pad, trying to smother the ball.
Yeah, his overall record belies the fact that he had a pretty good Bob Willis trophy last year, averaging 43, up above 40 in this campaign as well. Just ticked over 400 runs. What it would do for his confidence to bat for 4 or 5 hours on this final day. Long way to go to the finish line.
Just show that last ball, because that gives you a bit of a clue as to probably why the field is as it is. Have a look where he's trying to hit it and what he's trying to do. There, push it into a vacant gap on the offside, and the fielder is on the boundary edge at point. So Parkinson's pretty happy with that, because that's going to bring his slip in. So that's why the field often is like that. It's not so much a defensive move, but there's a good example of it there. If that ball turns and bounces, slips in the game. Bit of a battle between, a good contest rather, between the batsman and the bowler, trying to set him up. More than useful with a bat, Dom Bess. The scoreboard just ticking over nicely. It's still way behind, that's not a problem.
We were watching very closely towards the end of play yesterday, that field setting for Parkinson especially, and you were keen to see cover come out to encourage that exact shot that we saw from the final ball of the previous over. Trying to bring those catches into play.
Can be quite fun. Can be quite fun as a captain in this situation. He'll be fretting a little bit because they'll be hoping for more wickets. Hoping for errors, and just about got on top of the bounce there. But he's got enough runs in the bank, so to speak, Villas and Lancashire. 50 up, been an excellent innings, measured, controlled, patient. He's shown good technique, good method. He's got a good pitch to bat on, and at the moment he's taking full use of it. But more importantly, he's just giving his side a sniff of saving the game. A long way to go.
Yeah, highly thought of Brook. Been on the pathway through the England 19 system, trying to establish himself as a senior player in this batting lineup. enhancing his reputation through this innings on the final day. Sure, you would have been in a situation in your career, Nick, early on where the game's a long way gone. You can only play for a draw, but if you can get to the other end of it and be there and save the game, it can be such an important stepping stone to bigger things.
Yeah, and the things that you talk about are batting in partnerships, but in this instance it's really crucial because you need a breather. You're so intense and you're so determined to bat through, and you know the consequences, but you just need a breather. So if you've got a good partner at the other end who can just give you a breather as well, bat together, share the load. Helps. He's got a partner who can bat time, that is for sure.
He's been solid enough to win a promotion this year, Bess, into the top 6. Of course, coming in 7 today because the night watchman was used before the close on day 3.
I think he should be capable of batting number 6 in county championship cricket, but ideally for Yorkshire I'd say it's a position too high for them because I think they've got a batsman who can bat number 6. I know they've got players injured and away, not available. But for him personally, I think it's an opportunity for him. I don't see any reason why he can't score runs at number 6 in championship cricket. .172 for 5.
Yeah, very much that modern kind of spinner. You always hear the conversation around spinners, if they can bring something else with the bat especially. Only ever room for 1, occasionally 2 spinners in a side in England. At test level, that is. Just a spinner and you're a number 11. It does... Well, it doesn't reflect as well as it could, especially for younger players. Bess, only 23 years of age.
Worth a try. I think he's going round the wicket here. Just it's the only part of the pitch that's got any rough patch at all. Sometimes when you see a leg spinner going round the wicket or a spinner bowling round the wicket, it can seem negative, but what he's trying to do here is just going to test the technique and the method actually of Brook and Bess. Certainly Brook to start with. Is he going to play it? Is he going to pad it away? And can he get his bat and gloves out of the way in doing so? So just worth a little try. And you won't mind seeing that either. The footmarks around the crease there. It's only got to bounce.
A fraction full, but such a big target there. Plenty to work with on the final afternoon.
I see now. You can see from the reaction of Parkinson, he feels he's in the game here. He's a young man still making his way in the game, but he's giving Parkinson something to work with here. Just put your pad out if you like and just show no interest, pitching outside leg stump. But he's trying to play the ball there and he's guessing. And that is exactly what Parkinson wants.
A real indecision.
It's the other way of playing it.
Didn't quite get his length right there. Over-pitched on a few occasions, but you can see it's just asking different kinds of questions from the set man, Brooke. The one that was a fraction shorter spun sharply. And the ball's still nice and hard as well, only 11 overs old. Should get plenty of bounce and bring the catching men into play. Maybe find the glove or an inside edge. Graham Onions with us yesterday talking about the progress of Danny Lamb this year, especially the extra yard he's been able to generate. Really trying to attack the stumps here. Catching straight mid-wicket, one of two men in that region.
Handy, very handy. Again, ball always going down, didn't push too hard at it. Understandable that there's not a third man in place with the game situation as it is, but always going down. He was a good bowler, Graham Onions. God. That ability to, he was quick enough as well. He was quick enough. Swing it at good pace.
For a comparatively short test career, he sure squeezed a lot in.
You went up to Durham and you got Harmison and Inns in particular, a number of very, very good bowlers. That was a side that, as a batsman, you felt, yeah, almost double time. As a selector, I would have thought you'd be looking at how players in that era were going against that attack. It was almost a test match attack. Big appeal, big appeal. He's pleading with the umpire who says no. Fair enough. Wide of the crease, nah. I don't think that was hitting. Wide of the crease and always going down leg side. Pitch is flat. It is not straightforward picking up wickets on this wicket at the moment. 178 for 5.
I like this silly point now in position. The third catcher.
going to carry on playing it, that's a good field, because mid-wicket is now free. In the eye line, you look up, you see mid-wicket playing against the spin most of the time. Get a leading edge. Man on the sweep. He's got 2 men on the sweep, one for the top edge. He's got the confidence to bowl that googly as well. The googly is such a key delivery now, round the wicket. If you can get one pitch on the stumps and just hold.
Raised testing the technique of a batsman when going around the wicket, the patience as well. If you're going to be kicking away, and look, on that occasion Brook did use his bat, but if the first line of defence is to try and kick it away hour after hour, that's a pretty high degree of difficulty.
Well, he's just going to mix it up, just change the angle. Looks like he's going to go back over the wicket now.
Throughout the day so far, Parkinson's been fairly disciplined, landing on the fresher part of the pitch, outside of the footmarks and around middle and off stump. Wouldn't mind seeing him try and throw a couple outside the leg stump over the wicket. We know he can turn it a long way. We've seen him hit the top of off this season with one of those. Close, that was the sort of flatter delivery, but yeah, loop one up out of the rough and see what happens. Got men around the bat. Mentioned before, the ball's still pretty hard. Should get ample bounce.
Yes, given. Yeah, patience rewarded. You can see what it means to Parkinson. They were desperate to get the breakthrough, particularly of Harry Brook. And he was hell-bent on defence, and he'll look back and he'll think, why wasn't he driving the ball? In the end, the length was just too good. He almost Yorker. And the breakthrough, boy, they needed that. You can see the reaction there from Lancashire. Yeah, just the outside of the front foot. Didn't quite get the foot out of the way, knew head down straight away. And it was foot first, judged foot first. End of a very good innings. He has played really well. He's been patient. He's been disciplined. And again, you can see from his reaction, but he has played a good hand for his team. Harry Brook departs for 52. 180 for 6. And one Harry who's just impressed to another impressed in the first innings, Harry Duke. 52, played really well in difficult situations. Team were 40 for 7 at one point. But he got stuck in. Bess is on strike. Clever bit of bowling, just changed the angle. I think it was the angle of round the wicket and then the come back over the wicket. He just got his foot a little too far across.
A bit of that drift as well. It's so potent. Extra work on the ball. Right on that angle. Yorked. Be a bit made of Parkinson's pace with his stock delivery, but if you can get the ball to dip and drift like that, you're always in the game.
I thought that was a really clever bit of bowling.
Yeah.
You know, when you see well, he's not young anymore, but he's 24 years of age, but I think he just outthought the batsman there. When you see spin, you look at flight and spin and googlies and leg spinners, but I think there it was just a clever bit of bowling. Not necessarily was he thinking about getting a wicket round the wicket. I think he was just changing the angle because Harry Brooks looked so content propping forward over the wicket. He got his alignment right, and then all of a sudden he went round. Then he comes back over and his alignment was slightly wrong. Just got his foot too far across. He got a lot of credit there to the way he outthought the batsman.
Yeah, just changing the rhythm. The fact that Brook was in a good groove from over the wicket, and he would have been around the wicket to him for no more than 5 or 6 deliveries, but enough just to change the thought pattern, trying to use his pad to defend rather than the bat, then back on strike over the wicket, second ball gone. Enthusiastic character, Lamb. Wonderful technique on the leg before appeal a couple of overs ago. It was never hitting leg stump, but gee, based on the appeal, you would have thought it was hitting middle halfway up.
Love that, didn't you?
And the forward roll then, after falling over in his follow through. Good stuff.
One for 6.
So many options here for the captain Villas. Parkinson going nicely. Can throw the ball back to Saqib Mahmood when the time's right. Only bowled a couple of overs with the second new one. Bowled superbly earlier when the ball was a fraction older. Little balls that can go through a tail very quickly indeed.
Careful.
Spinner to spinner. Always enjoy this.
Bowling that ball you wanted. It's a leg stump line.
We're getting closer to it, aren't we? The previous delivery, Best was a little bit timid in his forward push from the full toss. Might be the right time to try and rip one square from outside leg stump. That might be the next stage of the Parkinson development, the theatrics, the slowing things down. We saw last night, the final over of the evening, he bowled in about 90 seconds. He could have taken 6 minutes. You hear a couple of changes to the field. Duke yet to get off the mark. Make him think about it.
Two for 6.
Yorkshire currently 182 for 6. Tom Bailey coming back from the James Anderson end. Just waiting for Bumble to clean his mic. Here he comes. Technology these days, eh? Come on, Bumble. I'll just hold the fort here. Change of ends for Tom Bailey, and I think he's back.
A bit of Norman Colliery. Couldn't get connected. 182 for 6. Don Bess is a sticker. Harry Duke can play. Doing the very best, Yorkshire, aren't they? Keeping Lancs out there. Just getting wickets at the right time. Lancs just... That next 4 wickets. Tickled away down to fine leg. Still a lot of overs left in the day. Just 4 wickets left, Yorkshire. Three leg side catches. Keaton Jennings is at short leg. Liam Livingston is at silly mid on, and then there's a short mid wicket. Saqib Mahmood, so he's going to bowl very straight.
How are you feeling after your nap, Bumble? How are you feeling after your nap?
I did. I just had a little power nap after that Irish stew, to be honest. Looked after us really well at Emirates Old Trafford. You took a snap of me, did you? Very hard. Those plywood boards.
Got to be better places to nap than there.
No, it's pretty usual, is that, Kate? I just have a little nap in the afternoon. Straight, probing, looking for LBW. 183 for 6. You've got to really prize Don Bess out. He's a good defensive player. Now, Harry Duke, he got a 50 in the first innings when it was difficult. So you'd expect him to stick around as well. So Lancs out there, they know that it'd be hard work. This pitch is still terrific, and for the spinners it just seems to have died a bit. So they've got to be patient and wait for another wicket. They'll be saying here 1, and we're into 9, 10, 11.
Like you said, there's still plenty of time left in this game, isn't there? Runs aren't really the issue. Patient.
That last wicket, that LBW, pretty easy then for the umpire because it lands straight on his foot full, and you assume, although it's a leg spinner, that it's going to go straight on. Played really well, Harry Brook, but was caught in front by a full toss right in the boot. Nice.
Real turn there from Matt Parkinson. First one we've really seen go, hasn't we? We saw a little bit from Liam Livingstone before the lunch break. See him searching a little bit there. Seen the ball before go. He's searching for that turn, that magic delivery. We've seen him bowl a few of those this season, though, haven't we?
Well, it's a terrific pitch still, but it's good to bowl leg spin on. Just in a nice rhythm, Parkinson. That's good. In a good set together here.
I think that's a really good line for Parkinson, especially now he's starting to find a little bit of turn. Making Duke play here. Feels uncomfortable out there.
An 84 for 6. Wonder how many Hammers fans we've got. Viewers, West Ham United, Hammers fans. I wonder if they know who your dad was. I got my phone out, you've had your phone out taking pictures. I just thought, I'll have a look at David Cross goals, loads of headers, and a fabulous team. And Trevor Brooking would be feeding him all the time, Alan Kirbishley.
Yeah, he's got the face to prove that he had a lot of headers in his time.
Well, it's on YouTube, David Psycho Cross. Was that his nickname when he was a player, yeah?
I asked him about that once. I said, how did you get that nickname? He's a soft man, you know. He's my dad, obviously. He's going to be nice to me. But yeah, he said something about when he got on that pitch, he just turned into a typical centre half, he said.
He could centre forward. He made centre halves nervous in that era. Joe Jordan era, I think, at that time. But they had a really good side, West Ham, and an excellent team. What was the goalie called? The goalkeeper.
Phil Parks.
Phil Parks, that's it. And you said they still meet up. They meet up as an ex-players reunion.
Yeah, they get as many as they can in now while they've still got a full team. Get everything signed. He actually took me down to a do that they had it would have been about 2 years ago now, just before COVID hit. It was a really enjoyable evening, actually. Got to hear all the stories. Got to hear what my dad was like as a player in the dressing room. From what I gathered, he had a lot of fun.
Like this line from Tom Bailey, it's well thought out. They've reasoned, Lancashire and Dame Villas have reasoned that it's not going to pitch and nip away and going to be 3 slips. They're trying different things. They've still got the 1 slip in, but it's these 3 catches leg side which will tell Don Bess and Harry Duke that he's going to ball dead straight. Got pictures of me. There's your dad. There he is. 50 greatest hammers, FA Cup final.
A little story about that photo, actually. So he's got his FA Cup medal in his right hand, and in his left hand he's holding a little tiny pig.
Mascot, little mascot.
Family heirloom now, that pig. Him and the physio back in the day, Rob Jenkins I think it was, used to have a bit of a running theme that whenever they played away, go past a field of pigs, Dad would score, West Ham would win. And it became a running theme throughout the season. So Rob Jenkins bought him a little porcelain pig. He took it to every game. I think he might have had the golden boot that year, or the following year, whichever one it was. But when it got to the FA Cup final, when he got to Wembley, he thought he needed more from this pig, so he took it out on the pitch and held it in his fist the entire time. So that photo, he's holding his FA Cup medal in one hand and his little pig in the other.
Terrific. Great, full straight. 8 overs, 185 for 6. Forty-five overs left. These 2 will be ticking them down. Or down. They're all a bit bemused. He's hit that, hasn't he? He's not just spun off the pitch. There's not a great reaction from the players.
Reaction makes you think otherwise, but I think he must have done. Just see Parkinson starting to get a little bit of dip, a little bit of late movement, can't you? I think that's what happened with the LBW. A little bit of in-drift.
On the look. Got to be off the bat. Pitched outside. Decision Steve O'Shaughnessy. 86 for 6.
Still got it, Bumble. Still got it. Pitched outside. Good to see he's starting to ask a few more questions here, Parkinson. You feel like we're not far away from getting the breakthrough.
Well, he's settled into his spell. In the ball to dip, as you say, just to drift in a little bit and spin away, so he's getting plenty of action on the ball. Yeah, look, I mean, just that reaction there, he must have hit it. Drop at slip.
Unlike Liam Livingston as well, he's normally got a very safe pair of hands. I think the beauty of having Matt Parkinson bowling like that from one end is you can start rotating your seamers from the other end. Don't think it'll be long before we see Saqib Mahmood back on.
We've not seen any reverse swing from Tom Bailey. We saw that from Saqib. A little bit more slingy action and quicker. Saqib Mahmood. He's more wicket to wicket, close to the umpire, Tom Bailey. Tall at delivery.
Looks like a slight bit of movement. A little bit, just enough. Tailing back in towards Dom Bess. He's played well here though, Dom, hasn't he? Frustrating kind of cricketer when you're bowling at him.
Well, he's a blocker. Doesn't seem phased at all. Standing out of his crease to Bailey. Yeah, just a bit of swing coming back in. Hasn't got Saqib's pace. Give options for Dame Bill. Hassan Lanks. Saqib to come back in. Luke Wood, left arm. The maiden. Overs, 86 for 6, so Yorkshire are getting stuck in here. Trail by 164, so that's incidental. The amount of time there is left in the game, they've just got to back time. On the coverage, I missed the stump microphone. It's the speed gun. See what variation he's got. Change of pace. That's a no ball. I reckon it's a no ball for outside. Outside that line there.
I always think that must be a really difficult call for the umpire to make, because it's probably the last place you're looking. Yeah, that back foot can't land outside that white line on the right hand side. Or on it.
And back over the wicket. Yeah, that return crease there. 88 for 6. Two chats going on. Alex Davis giving a bit of advice. Josh Bohannon there. Luke Wells with the helmets. These two lads are having a chat.
Going to see Saqib Mahmood return from the James Anderson end. Or Tom Bailey just starting to get a little bit of reverse swing, a little bit of movement. See them working hard on the ball as well, can't you?
They are. Just a glimpse of the ball there. It's in terrific condition. They'll want one shiny side and one rough side. Rare breezes this for Old Trafford. This is an easterly. Prevailing wind is a westerly. So from this end, from that Jimmy Anderson end, will just help him to bring the ball back in. For 28. This is his 19th over, Saqib Mahmood.
Bowled absolutely beautifully this morning, didn't he? Perfect start for Lancashire. I'm sure they'll have discussed it last night, this morning. Set the tone early. He came in and did exactly that.
Mid-afternoon, it's whether he's got another spell in him. Missed the whole season with injury, but just looking at him this year, he looks to have bulked up. Going to gym work, I would say. And then you've got to sustain that early morning performance. Now, can you come in again? He'll just need a few deliveries, maybe an over to get cranked up. And it's funny, you know, we talk a lot about reverse swing, and sometimes it's just the ball. You get one, same conditions, same breeze, same day, different ball, and it doesn't do it.
What make ball do they use in the Championship?
It's a juke, it'd be a juke ball. Yeah, just a hint there. You won't believe this, when I was involved with England in the 90s, a touring team that came over were given the choice of cricket ball. Which would you like to use? Well, Wazim and Waikar will have a reader, thanks. Seems so incredible now, doesn't it?
A little bit more of a hint there. Just see he held it. See how he's changing the side of the ball round in his run up.
You'll use a juke, will you? No?
No, I don't think they make a female sized duke.
Slightly smaller, isn't it?
Weighted smaller. I think the size is the
Size is
same.
right.
Yeah, but
All
we
right.
use a kookaburra, which is a real shame. I'd love to bowl with the dukes.
So you got a flat seam.
Flat seam and it swings for about 3 overs.
They're over, ticks by. That's interesting that there's not a women's duke ball. A lot of women's cricket.
Not a lot of women's test cricket though, so I think there's not that much of a market for one yet.
I got you.
I'd love to see more of it though. Love to see us play more 3-day cricket. Learning your skill, learning how to apply yourself over longer periods of time.
No. Now that's what happened before. Although this has come off the keeper, hasn't it?
Really well bowled by Parkinson though. I think if you'd have had your speed gun there, Bumble, I think you'd have seen a real change of speed. A lot slower.
Bold. We seen any googlies? Very rare. $90 for 6.
Saki Mahmood to continue. Don Best standing firm, 20 not out. Harry Duke yet to score second time round. Lanks hunting these last 4 wickets. Done well today, Yorkshire. They've played really well. They've shown some real resilience. Half an hour. Try and get through to tea. Have a well-deserved break and go again. You've been impressed, 90 so far. They've done a good job today, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Bearing in mind they were 40 for 7 at one point in the game. Bearing in mind they had a deficit of 350. Bearing in mind they were themselves in the field for 170 overs. Yeah, they've done well. And a lot of fight. Pitch is playing its part, you have to say that. It's not easy for the bowling side to try and make the breakthrough. Looking for some reverse swing at some point when they, well, the second new ball is 20 odd overs old, so it's probably a little early for it at the moment. But that was the time yesterday. Mahmood at one end, Parkinson at the other, bit of reverse swing and a bit of spin.
See when Saki Mahmood is holding the ball in his hand there, how shiny they have one side, but how scuffed and dry the other one is. Really are just getting it ready. Almost say you've got to get through this little passage as quickly as we can to get it going, get it reversing.
You can see that, you might be able to see it now. I don't know whether we can pick that up, but the shiny side he seemed to have in his palm, and that's trying to keep the more scuffed side dry. There you go. So see there, the dry side is the bit that he's not got his palm on.
I always find a brilliant skill actually to run in with the ball in one hand and transfer across to your bowling hand. I think it's something that all bowlers, I presume, are work on and get used to, but I always find it excellent skill set to do, as opposed to just, you know, holding the ball and running up with your bowling hand. I suppose to hide the ball, give as little away to the batsman as possible in terms of clues and indicators. Was it in your era, post-year cricketing, when the batsmen were working on holding the bat in a certain hand as to give your batting partner, the striker's end, which way it's going to go? A lot of trust in that, isn't there?
Yeah. Depends how well you get on with your mate at the other end. How much competition you're in for a place in the side.
I'm going to say, you're scrapping for that number 3 or 4 position with your mate. You sell them down the river. He would have faced a fair bit of reverse swing here at the time. Wakar, obviously, teammate for a while. One of the best. Wazim up here, of course. Fantastic reverse swing of the ball.
Yeah, those two were absolutely brilliant, weren't they? I mean, I think as a left-hander against Wakar, slight advantage, I felt, because you could sort of stay leg side of the ball, and ball going away often. I mean, it could swing it both ways, but it was so devastating with the low arm release. Swing it away, I felt for right-handers at that, ball darting back in late. It was a little more tricky. We played a series against Pakistan in '96, I think it was. We would just have hours and hours of practice, reverse swing, just get the ball reversing, try and work out ways of playing it. I just felt it was perhaps a little easier for the left-handers. I mean, not easy for either, but just a little easier for the left-hander.
Massive leg break, straight to first slip. Didn't bounce a great deal. Straight past Dane Villa, straight into the hands of first slip. .192 for 6. 35 balls for Harry Duke without scoring. Yeah, watchful, I suppose you'd call that, wouldn't you? Cautious, watchful. Play well first time round, 50 odd. After getting a duck in his first class debut down in Glamorgan. Obviously replacing Johnny Tattersall in this game. He's on loan actually at Gloucestershire to replace James Brayson. He's played well for Gloucester. Johnny Tattersall, 86 not out today. Gloucester going down to Surrey though. A couple of good games still in progress. 90. Leicestershire, 271 for 2. Need another 106 to beat Middlesex. Obviously a flat wicket at Grace Road. Overseas star Marcus Harris closing in on a double. Warwickshire, they've got a good game against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire 110 for 5, needing another 198. So the Bears trying to hunt down a big scalp against Nottinghamshire. Good game in store at Edgbaston.
Only short spells, didn't he, Saki? I'm trying to work out why. I'm guessing that perhaps what we were talking about earlier, the ball's not really reversing at the moment, so why would you use up energy when you perhaps feel that in a few overs' time it may, and then you want Saqib to bowl? So maybe that's what the skipper's doing, just holding him back. Have a look, is it reversing? No, or we'll wait a little longer.
Well, he took the second new ball. He bowled a few overs and didn't quite come out of his hand nicely at all, actually. He whipped himself out of the attack, I think, fairly quickly. Big part to play post tee, no doubt about it. At the moment, though, Yorkshire just taking a bit of the sting out of this Lancashire side. Lancashire need to keep going here. They need to give absolutely everything till tea. One more before tea they'll be hoping for.
Runs. Yeah. Ironic cheers. He cares not. He's not interested in the scoreboard. He's thinking, how long can I bat out there? And he's doing a terrific job. 4 now, 39.
Well, the Yorkshire dressing room, they're all out in the balcony. Rapturous applause. The young man's got it under control. He knows what he's doing. Not a problem. Still a good crowd in. Oh, good banter in the crowd. Another over ticks by in the Yorkshire Defiance. 106 have been bowled. 197 for 6. Great to see crowd here. Day 4. Approaching 3:30 on a Sunday afternoon. Glorious sunshine. This was all about. Lancashire always have strong following, always have good support, as do Yorkshire. Lovely to see people in a Sunday afternoon watching first-class cricket.
A very similar thing to what he did against Harry Brook. 197 for 6. Just changing the angle, just a couple of deliveries, just a few round the wicket and then back over. Change the angle up, something a little different.
Yeah, just preying on maybe a batsman's lack of concentration. Maybe batsman doesn't recheck his guard. May well bat on middle and leg stump as opposed to middle stump potentially. It's quite clever bowling really, and it's a good skill set to be able to back it up.
Gift, just a gift, dragged down, just helped on its way.
Well, they're like London buses. You wait 40 odd balls to get off the mark and then you get a couple of boundaries. That's a freebie. Liam Livingston's had a pretty uneventful game, truth be told. Not causing too much of a threat here. Didn't get too many with the bat. Interesting time of his career as well. Travels around the world playing some franchise cricket, Big Bash, IPL, been at the PSL. Last year withdrew himself from the IPL auction to focus on red ball cricket. This year went back in the IPL auction but came home early. Big player for Lancashire. Just see how his red ball game develops over the next 2 to 3 seasons. Talented striker of the ball, no doubt about it.
Feel with him, he's so talented. It's just a matter of sort of trying to piece it all together and put it in the right order. When you've got so many options with the bat as he has, you find the rhythm and tempo to bat at. It might just take time. Oh, a young man, he's been around for a little while. He's 27 years of age, but sometimes it just takes just a little longer to the right shot at the right time when you've got so many options. Sometimes it's a little more simple and straightforward when you're a little bit more limited because you don't have those options.
Got to keep his bat out of the way. Round the wicket. Near impossible to get an LB. You're padding up. You got to keep that bat and those gloves right out of the way. Make sure your back leg is also protecting your stumps. No need to have that bat or gloves anywhere near the ball. Got to make sure you're padding up with that front leg, your left leg, or even drag that right leg, your back leg around in case the ball drifts past your front pad.
Remember years ago, Dermot Reeve, he was always one for doing things a little differently. He'd prop forward and drop the bat. Drop the bat.
Why not? Absolutely. Clever. Another over ticks by. Yorkshire 206 for 6. Luke Wells, formerly of Sussex, more than handy leg spin bowler. Decent signing in the off-season, I think, for Lancashire. A number of counties are after him. Oh, lovely freebie. Finds mid-off. Sometimes not the worst thing. You might bowl a few bad ones and you just produce a goodie. While the game is a little bit dormant. Lull the batsmen to a false sense. There we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely bowling. Just what we spoke about. Full toss the ball before, then a beauty. Tidy start. 206 for 6. Sometimes 90 you can be lulled in. You've been facing a frontline spinner, Matt Parkinson, and obviously the other end a part-timer comes on and you maybe just relax a little bit. But Yorkshire will be absolutely delighted. Lost a couple this morning and a couple this afternoon, but they've stood firm.
Yeah, if they can get into tea here, 6 down, then probably the first time in the game, maybe a little bit at lunch. They'll be hoping for another good afternoon session. They'll feel if they can go 6 down, they've had that. And then Lancs will just start to feel a bit more under pressure. The only thing you'd say is that if they can get that ball reversing, and you just feel they're waiting for that ball to reverse, if they can, then it's going to still be very difficult for Yorkshire.
Yeah, we've both been in this situation many times. You just, back of your mind, you're thinking, it's getting a little bit frustrating now. We thought we'd probably be done and dusted by now. Fitness comes into as well. Leg spinner, shoulder, a lot of energy in every single ball. How's Parkinson's fitness going to be late in the day? Can he keep going right through till 6 p.m?
8 points for a draw.
Well, it's gone through young Harry Duke's legs. It's gone through Dane Villas. Did a clip of leg on the way through. Even as runs, so it's one way of getting off the strike, isn't it? It's one way of just nipping it down to fine leg. Yeah, 8 points for a draw. Obviously, it's changed down the years, hasn't it? It was 4 points for a long time, and 8 points this season. Lancashire will feel a little bit aggrieved if they only walk away from this game with 14 points, you would feel. Yorkshire, though, they've probably earned those 8 points for the draw if they can manage to bat the day. Well, it's well played, Yorkshire. It's really well done. Don Bess, 25 from 89 balls. It's not going to get people on the edge of their seats, but Yorkshire fans won't mind up and down the county. Harry Duke, well done. 9 not out. They've lost a couple, but they're still in this game. Yorkshire, fantastic effort. Great 2-hour session.
Yeah, a pat on the back from Don Bess there. just 9 to his name, but he's been out there for 55 deliveries, and Don Bess has played his part too. They've shown a lot of fight, they've shown a lot of resilience, all those words we've used over and throughout the day. And the dressing room they're walking back to now will probably just start to believe, maybe for the first time, that they can get something out of the game in terms of a draw. And on the other side, Lancashire are just wandering back, thinking we've got some work to do here. This is a crucial evening session. If we can get that ball reversing, then yeah, it's a different game. But at the moment, the pitch is winning. You do have the resources there to still win this game, but we're in for a fascinating evening session.
Trailing by 1-4-2, they're not going to think about that. Yorkshire go to tea, well played, 208 for 6.
Weather is good, and crucially for both sides, the pitch is good. And Lancashire's bowlers are just toiling a little bit at the moment, but Yorkshire have shown a great deal of fight. They're 208 for 6. Don Bess and young Harry Duke at the crease. I'll have a sandwich and a cup of tea, and in about 10 or 15 minutes time they'll be back out there. Harry Brook played really nicely a little earlier on. He was a bit out-thought though by Matt Parkinson, played nicely for his 50, so they've done pretty much all they can do. They started the day on 85 for 2, so 208 for 6 represents a really fine effort throughout the day, but as I say, we should have a pretty intriguing couple of hours or so to come. Whilst we wait for that, Kate is alongside me. We're going to use that time to talk about women's cricket. First day yesterday of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. I know it didn't go brilliantly for you personally, but how did the day go generally?
No, I can joke about it now. I'm ready to talk about it. But it was a great day for the women's competition. Great opening day. I think there was 290 played 290 twice, and a 315 or 320 scored as well. So I think it just goes to show you put us on good pitches, play at the county grounds. You know, there's talent there. There's something there for people to watch and to invest in. So yeah, it was exciting. It's really good to see actually, because there's been a long winter on the back of a COVID year where we've not played a lot of cricket. You know, it's good to get back out there, but also good to see some performances put in as well.
And some changes now. So 41 contracted players. I believe that's sort of 8 times 5, but in one instance is it the Storm have got 6 contracted players. So 41 plus the centrally contracted players for England, I think we said is 17.
Yep.
Have you noticed, I know it's only early days in all this, but have you noticed a difference in the level because of the professionalism now and the ability to perhaps spend more time on the game itself?
Yeah, I think as the Rachel Hayhoe Flint goes on and the summer goes on, I think you will see a big difference. I saw a few stats last night on Twitter around things like number of sixes hit. In last year's Rachel Hayhoe has nearly already been surpassed with 5 games played yesterday. So yeah, I think I mean I kind of talk about it a lot and I bore myself, so sorry if I bore anyone else, but I just think you've got to give girls the opportunity to train professionally and train fully and commit to what they do, to then judge what we do as a sport. I think it was very easy to judge women's cricket 2 or 3 years ago when you're relying on girls having 9 to 5 jobs and then turning up to training and playing games because they love the sport. But now I think you pay these girls, you give them the opportunity to train properly, and you're going to start seeing results. And we saw that with the scores yesterday.
Is that, I mean, Australia the best side in the world at the moment? They've sort of bridged a bit of a gap perhaps between England and some of the other sides. And they have had a system of professionalism for some time, I think 3 or 4 years, maybe even beyond that. Do you think that is one of the reasons why that perhaps there has been that gap between, say, you and Australia? Yeah,
absolutely, no doubt about it. I think they turned professional probably 2 or 3 years before we did, and when I say professionalisation, I'm talking domestically as well. I still think that there's going to be a bit of talk now around how we move forward in terms of professionalising more girls. Do you give more contracts out at a lesser wage, or do you try and make the girls that are contracted now, those 5 girls from each region that you spoke about, do you try and make those more comfortable? It's still probably a part-time wage, so it's a really fine balance between getting that right, and I think that's something that the ECB are going to need to look at in how they move it forward. But I can't really praise the ECB enough, to be honest. We were in the middle of a global pandemic last year, and they really committed to the game. And I always say actions speak louder than words with things like this. It's very easy to say that you want to support the women's team and you want to try and grow it, but actually you pay those girls and you put the money into it and you invest into it, and you will start to see those results. And that's what the ECB did in the middle of what was financially a really difficult year for everyone, let alone just the cricket world. So it's really positive steps, but we just need more of it. We just need to play more cricket. That's always been my argument, that I seem to, ratio-wise, I seem to be in the net 70% of the time and then get 30% game time, and you do all your learning out there. We're seeing that in this game today. Those young lads for Yorkshire that are going out there and experiencing that pressure, that's where they do most of their learning.
Are you making reference perhaps to more 3-day cricket? I mean, I'm going to bring it on now to Test match cricket, because you have a Test match coming up against India. I think you've got another one then early part of next year against Australia in the Ashes. So that's 2 in a relatively short space of time. But What will the preparation be like for that? Because women's cricket mainly is white ball cricket.
Yeah, historically it has been white ball cricket, and we get the beauty of getting our whites every 2 years when we've got an Ashes series, which is so exciting for us. We love it. You know, when I was a kid in the garden, I just wanted to play Test cricket like every lad in the garden growing up. But yeah, we don't get that opportunity that often, and we've played one 3-day game, which was washed out because we played it in the monsoon season of May last week. So yeah, the preparation's probably never going to be as good as it would be for white ball cricket. And I almost feel like we learn about 4-day cricket whilst we play it, which is a shame. Yeah, I think you'll get them more out of females and female athletes if you give them the opportunity to hone their skill in the longer format. I think it's easier to transfer to the shorter format of the game, and we see that a lot with 50 over and T20 cricket in the women's game. But I'd love to see a lot more 3-day cricket, 4-day cricket played. And I think that all of our international series should be played as our Ashes series is, with the Test match, 3 1-days and 3 T20s, and play it as a point system. I think that's a brilliant idea.
You've been playing the game for quite a long time now, and sorry about that, but you have. And I mean, you played back in 2013, I think 2014 Ashes series there. What's the dressing room like now compared to what it was all those years ago, bearing in mind all that we've been talking about, the professionalism, etc.?
It has changed a lot, actually. It's I've not really thought about it like that, but when I first came in, I would have argued that the girls were really professional. They were, you know, working for Chance to Shine part-time to subsidise what they were getting paid in match fees. And actually, when we turned professional, we said that nothing really changed other than we were starting to get paid a bit more money. But now I think Mark Robinson was a real key for this, but he really drove the standards of what a professional environment looks like. I think he obviously came from the men's game and saw what that environment should look like, and saw there was a few gaps with the women's game. And we consider ourselves very lucky that we get to train every week together as an international side. I don't think many teams get to do that, certainly not in the men's game. You know, you see them playing down here, and like James Anderson plays here and then he'll go off and do his England duties, but we train every week at Loughborough as a squad, so that brings us together. It's hard work then when you're on tour for another 7 weeks and you've got to live with these girls, but yeah, I think it's just the structure of how it's all been set out has changed a lot. There's rookie contracts now, but it's difficult because we're still in a generation where you've got girls who need to focus on university and school before they can really commit to cricket, because there's not quite that money there yet. It's getting there, don't get me wrong, but I still think that there's just a little bit more investment that needs to be had so that we can really, you know, get our teeth stuck into it and give it a real good go.
All that is for the future, and I wish you and women's cricket well. When are you playing again next?
I've got a game tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Chester, yeah.
Right.
So get down to Chester if you're
so
around.
Yesterday you played, today you're up here with us, tomorrow you go again.
Go again.
Brilliant. Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Lancashire going to win this or not?
I think they will, yeah. I think they've
You're going to stay loyal there,
yeah,
aren't
I'm
you?
going to stay
You
loyal.
had to say that, didn't you?
But I do think that they have the ability to do this. They have the ability to bowl teams out, which obviously in Championship cricket is what you need.
Right, Kate Cross there saying Lancashire can still do it. We have an intriguing session coming up, one more session, then the evening session. Yorkshire will begin it. They're doing well. They're fighting hard. They're 208 for 6. See you in a moment.
It was the highlight. All come down to the final session, day 4 of an enthralling game. The Roses derby. Yorkshire have been up against it for most of the day, but they've fought. They have fought so hard. And they're now within 2 hours of a really wonderfully achieving draw. Lancashire, on the other hand, one big push. That's what Glenn Chappell would have said at tea time. Come on, boys, you've battled hard, you've dominated this game. One big push. Zaki Mahmood has been brilliant all match. Good pace, good skill. One big burst. Don Best has been good. He's held firm alongside with David Lloyd. It's great when a 4-day game comes down to the last session.
Well, Sakib has been the danger man, and Yorkshire will be saying this is one big spell from him, and that'll be the end. He might come in for 4, stretch it to 5 overs. And Lancashire again, Glenn Chappell and Dame Villas will have been saying 1 wicket, get 1. We're into 9, 10, 11. Can he get the ball at good pace, Sakib? Can he get the ball to reverse swing? So again, I always look at, after a break, get your 2 best bowlers on. So you'd expect that Matt Parkinson will be at the Brian Statham end. Sakib's at the James Anderson end.
On the attack, leg slip, you got a leg slip and a short leg. Might be a bit of short stuff, might be a double bluff. Stays down. Easily drag that back on the sticks, young Harry Duke.
Just looking at leg slip, and it's Liam Livingston, I think. He is unbelievably close there. Fine leg slip. Way in front of first slip. It comes off the bat there, it'd be like a rocket.
Harry Duke, though, he has acquitted himself very well in his 8 days of first-class cricket. We've watched him on Sky so far. Very impressive with the gloves, both games actually, and this game he's been very good with the bat.
Well, I think he's been excellent, Harry Duke. It's obviously in England's system, under-19s cricketer. What a journey he's on, 19 years of age.
Yeah, great to see these young English cricketers finding their way. He looks a really talented, well-organised player. Keaton Jennings, give him a word of advice or two. I think Harry Duke, everything in his favour. Solid technique. Obviously got a good temperament. Doesn't look phased at all. Just telling Keaton Jennings to mind your own business politely. Plays that well. A little bit of tail back in. Just keeps his front pad out of the way. Right at the last minute. He just withdraws that left leg just to get access to the ball. LBW and bowl are the big modes of dismissal. The ball hasn't flown through at all, really. It's a good hard pitch, but it hasn't flown through. It hasn't been massive carry.
I mentioned Matt Parkinson. I think it's going to be Luke Wood. He's the one that's been doing some looseness. Uh-oh, having a look at the ball.
Ball's not moving as much. Get the umpire to have a look. The oldest trick in the book. Alex Wharf, ex-fast bowler himself. He'll give her the inspection. Make sure she's not out of shape. There might be a little bit of a thread loose. Yeah, just a bit of the seam maybe, or a bit of the ball needs a little bit of attention. Certainly hasn't done as much as did first time around. And yesterday evening the ball certainly was moving a bit more. You'd use that set for your haircut, couldn't you?
Manicure set.
Well, a bit of a mix-up. It's good work at square leg, good diving stop by the big quick Tom Bailey. No damage for Yorkshire. Another over ticks by. Every over that tick by is a win for the White Rose. 210 for 6. Well, you wanted Matt Parkinson, but as you rightly suspected, Luke Wood was doing a bit of warming up. It's going to be the left arm quick, maybe just to give Matt Parkinson a bit of a rest. He bowled a long spell. Maybe just give him 15 or 20 minutes rest and he can go again, freshen up. Luke Wood can also get a bit of reverse, but he's around the wicket again. Bumble. Probably just going to try and shape it away.
Just thinking about that, around the wicket. You always think left arm over. We'll be looking to bowl full and hit the pads, and LBW will see it differently. Slip in the gully.
Good stroke, really, really good shot. Got in a great position. Harry Duke, who was a bit of a loosener, it must be said, from Luke Wood, but Duke put it away with consummate ease.
Played a few of those, and just think back to his dismissal at Glamorgan. Michael Neser bounced him out first ball. Lancashire have tried him out, but he's played that shot really well.
Mention his technique. He's no trigger. Very rare in this day and age to see a batsman set up and have absolutely no trigger. He looks to stand very still. See a lot of players backing across, but Harry Duke looks very contentious to stand still, keep that head in a good position down the ground. But very basic. Well organised, doing well here. Took a long time to get off the mark. Oh well, now 14 with 3 boundaries to his name. That's the one. That's pretty high in the end. As well played, Harry Duke, short in stature. There was a moment when he thought about maybe having a hook, but then played it nice. He ducked underneath it. No man out on the hook, but there is a long leg. There's 3 catches in the mid-wicket and square leg mid-on region if one does get skied. So well advised just to sway out of the way as much as possible. To Nick Knight previously, before T-Bumble, about the point system. If it's a draw, Lancs will walk away with 14. Yorkshire with 9. It seems a little bit harsh on Lancashire, who have bossed the game, but on the flip side, if you like Yorkshire, you've been bundled out cheaply first time round, you managed to bat for 4 sessions, you deserve those points.
Yeah, they do. If they can get away with a draw here, work really hard.
Outside edge, there's only 1 slip in play. It may not have even carried to second, but the point is there's no second there in case it did. The thick outside edge probably would have been just short, but case in point, you've got to get your catches in now, your Lancashire. You need every half chance to go your way.
Well, there's 5 fielders on the leg side. He's around the wicket. The rarity is that, an outside edge which has flown down to 3rd man, resulted in square leg going back towards a long, long boundary.
Well, is there a glove on that or a bit of bat? Hands on head moment. Dane Villas shells it. Was there a little bit of bat on that down leg side?
Well, there's excitement out there from the fielders and certainly the bowler. Villas gets across and punches it.
Well, it must have just been off thigh pad. So there's no runs given. Harry Duke was on 14, hit a boundary 18, still on 18. Gave it a good punch though, did the keeper. Every half chance has to be snapped up now. Might have just been off thigh pad. Saki move to continue. Lancashire won't mind that. Don Best just flirty outside that off stump. Easily drag one on, or if it bounces a little bit more, take a feather. You could probably do another catcher here, Lancashire, in that cordon, just in case. Still look forward to have one go through that second slip and at catching height.
You know, I'm just thinking that with all the runs have nothing to do with it. Yorkshire trail by 132. Think about another catcher. Might look a bit bizarre, but he's got a mid-off. You can do without mid-off. Just give the batsman that. Just have a big look from backward point all the way around to mid-off. You can have that. Have a drive through there if you want. Then you can bring mid-off into second slip. Just thinking, well, if it's an outside edge of a chance of a catch, you can give him that drive. Runs don't matter. Nothing to do with it. What I've mentioned there is an old West Indies field for Andy Roberts and Michael Holding and Joel Garner, etc., Malcolm Marshall. They give you mid-off and point was behind square on the offside, but they didn't give you any drives. You get Viv from slip and no drives for the motorway, and you didn't get any drives. But you just saw it as that wide open space. There's nobody there, but there'd be 4 or 5 slips.
Yeah, as a batsman, you see that space. Very easy to say to yourself, don't drive. Well, when you see the acres of empty outfield to caress the ball, you can sometimes get lured in. So I'll have a driver, that's easy, in the gap, and you nick off. Very easy to say don't play a drive, but get tempted in. So far, Best has been good, being very watchful. Drive ball, Nick squirts one through. Second boundary through the vacant slip region in the last couple of overs. Lancashire need to reinforce that area.
Well, that's gone to the left of Danny Lamb, I think it is. It was at Fine Gully. So, oh yeah, it is. It's good bowling. Not sure he's got the feel for that delivery. He's bowled it full and wide and said, go on, have a drive. Thick outside edge, race away for 4. 2 slips and a fine gully.
Another good over for Yorkshire. 222 for 6. Final session here at Old Trafford. It's been an exorbitant game, fantastic game. Yorkshire showing some real steel. Oh, he's missed another here, Dane Villas. I think Dane Villas has got a bit of a sore left hand. I watched him keep wicket yesterday, and often when the ball was thrown in from the boundary, he caught it one-handed, almost to try and protect one hand. I'm just wondering if he got a sore left hand. 2 overs in a row now, he's just, as they say in the industry, clanged one. Neither was a chance. International keeper has kept wicket for South Africa in Test cricket in India. Looks a little bit disconsolate at the moment. Likes that pull shot. Harry Duke, he might have been dismissed by a short one on his debut, but he's been pretty competent on the short ball in this game so far. All right then, Bumble, that's coach. With your coach's hat on, what message are you sending out to your Lancashire team here? What do we need to do? What's the change-up?
Well, we've talked about the field. You can always play around with the field, and certainly the bowlers can go over and round the wicket. Luke Wood is around. Nice clip over the old pitches. Always talk about don't try and force it and be patient. You're always looking for that little bit of magic as well. It might be a wonderful piece of fielding, a run out or a great catch. But runs are nothing to do with this game now, and so you can, as a captain, think about, well, where are the catches? Where are they likely to go? We've just seen 2 nicks go down to third man, so that's a bit of a clue for you that we might just be finding the outside edge. And you can play around with the field, can't you, as a captain? Just make the batsman think, well, why has he done that?
You mentioned a bit of magic. Someone who may just give you that bit of magic is Parkinson, the leg spinner. Pulled a long spell second session, so I don't mind him having a bit of a breather. Can't be long before you get the leggy back into the attack. He is with a one bowler with Saki Mahmood as well, with his reverse swing and pace that might just give you something special. 2 balls, bang bang, stick 2 on it. Well watched, excellent from Don Bess. Batting a long way outside his crease, so not worried about pace. Not worried about the short ball, maybe upsetting him. He's got a chest guard, arm guard, so he's got all the protection you need. Watches that go past his helmet with absolute consummate ease, not bothered one iota. Very assured at the crease, as he has been in his Test career to date with the bat. He's got some useful runs for England at Test match level. Well, it's an appeal more in hope than anticipation. I think they were thinking about LB, then they saw went to short leg, went for a cut. Another over, done and dusted. 222 for 6.
I'm just ticking these overs down. Duke on 23, Bess on 30. I'd like to see him over the wicket. I just feel, I might be wrong, but he's round the wicket, he's taking LBW out of it, whereas left arm over, one of your great dismissals is LBW. A full ball with an odd short ball. I think both these batsmen have been looking for that short ball. Time for the legger. Time for the leggy.
Well, you're on a pitch like this and you're so used to playing for your stumps. As you mentioned, left arm comes over the wicket. You might be anticipating the LB, but all of a sudden it might just angle across and you just feel for it. Luke Wood's been reluctant to ball over the wicket in this innings. Generally gone straight around the wicket. Played, nicely played, Harry Duke. He'll pick up a couple. Fully in control. Lancashire just running out of a little bit of energy out there. There's a hot day. They've been in the field for 115 overs. Just energy sapping ever so slightly.
The crowd are just getting a bit edgy as well, and you can just think about that Yorkshire balcony and they'll be saying we're doing okay. We're into that last session, we've lost 6, got a good partnership going. I've just heard a bit from the crowd.
Yeah, a little bit wayward. Just trying something, not happening for Lancashire. You can imagine if this game was at Headingley and the role reversals, the Yorkshire fans, they'd be exactly the same. Cries of get on with it from the stands. Oak County is well supported, got fantastic support. Got the red and white rose. You think of people in the dressing room, Bumble, superstitious people. Right? You've done well, you've been sitting in that seat, don't move. Not allowed to move till the break. Not allowed to go to the loo, nothing. Sit down, be quiet.
Nobody moved the positions, that's how it used to be when a partnership like this, a rear guard, are just edging towards victory. Amazing what the cricketers and sportsmen will think about. Superstitious.
You'd always get one. Don't believe in it. He'd get up. Wicket.
And it's his fault.
Poor batsman undoing his pads, and his mate tells him, well, it's your buddy there. He got up to make a cup of tea. That's why you're out. Well played again, really well played.
There is a little bit of reverse swing, but it's coming straight from his hand. It's not as if the ball's going down straight for 2/3 and then starting dipping in. It's just going straight from his hand, so both these batsmen are able to line it up. Leg spin.
Excellent again from Harry Duke, well watched. Number wants a leg spin, 229 for 6. I think we all want a bit of leg spinner. I reckon the crowd will be up off their seats if we get the leg spinner on here.
Yorkshire will be thinking, well, is it at 3 overs that Saqib has bowled? He won't bowl many more. Of course, they'll have to think about the leg spinner. It's going to be Luke Wood again. 12th man has been on, as he has to come on every over and take the fielder's caps off and bring it back on. And he's just had a word in Luke Wood's ear. It might just be, I wouldn't be at all surprised if a word from the dressing room over the wicket. And as we speak, it's going to go over.
Tell you what, Bumble, I'm learning here. You're just foreseeing what's happening before it happens. What a man.
Well, that 12th man comes on all the time and usually he just takes the cap. But he spent a little bit of time with Luke Wood, just having a word with him, and eventually Luke Wood went over the wicket. I think this is better.
Yeah, a couple of overs over the wicket, maybe just get on the pitch. Yeah, look, umpire. having a word. Steve O'Shaughnessy just saying, asking Luke Wood just to be careful. I know what you're doing. Probably Luke Wood's last spell of the game, potentially. That pitch for a couple of overs. Get in the jungle. That's what they call it. Get in the jungle.
That might have been the message too from the dressing room.
Good short one. Different angle. Plays it well though. Don Best Test match 50, of course. 57. Lords on his debut against Pakistan. What a start that was. Oh, that was to his Test career. Seems a long time ago now. 2018. Just different. All of a sudden it's different. It's just a different angle when you've been so used to lining the ball up on the off stump. It's something different. It's a good ploy. Maybe a little bit too late, but maybe better late than never.
Well, there's a ball that comes in to the pads, and if he just hangs it out of off stump, it drifts across on the angle. There's a slip and a gully in position. Just looks better.
I wonder, can you get on the slip? Maybe that mid-on into a second slip. Just wonder, can you get that mid-on fielder into a second slip? You've got a short leg, you've got to catch a mid-wicket, and you've got a man on the hook. Don't mind a man on the hook for a couple. Batsman makes a mistake. Get driven down the ground, so be it. Don't want one sliding off the outside edge through that slip region. We've seen two go through since team. Maybe might not have carried, but they've still gone in that region. Chuck it in the pizza, that's what the keepers used to say. The Surrey, that was the Surrey motto. Chuck it in the pizza when there was a bit of rough around for the spinner.
Steve O'Shaughnessy's been down again and just prodding around where Luke Wood lands.
So far so good since tea for the Yorkshire batsman. 229 for 6. Ticking off every over, every minute. 26 overs left in a day's play.
We're into cleansing time again. So many 12th men on the field. 1, 2, 3.
Oh man, they're the busiest men on the team. You want to be fit.
It's every over, isn't it? Well, they have to do it. It's going to be Saqib again. One more over.
He's put in a right shift this match, Saqib Mahmood. A busy schedule the last 6-7 weeks. Been a lot of cricket played. Well, 23 overs in this first innings. Pulled away. Pulled really well. Excellent. One of his favourite shots, Harry Duke. As with a lot of short in stature wicketkeepers. They love playing on the back foot. He's pulled that away nicely. It was a shout of a catch, but it was always safe.
Fielder going to go out there too from second slip. Yeah, it is. There's a deep backward square now. And 2 short catches. Mid-wicket, square leggish, a short leg. Saqib Mahmood is just looking at this field. It's been set for him.
I just mentioned the schedule. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Saqib Mahmood has a bit of a rest. They go to Glamorgan, start another championship game on Thursday. Well, a lot of overs here, full of 100% commitment. Lancashire obviously sitting nicely in the table. Look after your bowlers in this day and age. Wouldn't be surprised if he was given a bit of a rest next week.
Glamorgan have been unlucky. We were down there last week and there was so much rain. They've had a couple of games snowed off. A different pitch than this. If it's anything like last week's, the weather was atrocious, but there was a little green tinge to it.
A little bit away. Yorkshire, they'll be travelling back up home tonight. Get ready for Sussex at home. Evidently, yeah. Sussex have been beaten this week by Northampton, beaten very comfortably. Twice this season, Northampton have dealt with Sussex. A lot of young players coming through. Sussex will take time. Ian Salisbury, the new coach, and James Kirtley. Take a bit of time to bed their young players in. Full toss and Dane Villa shins it.
Oh, he's in the wars there, the keeper. Where's he taking that?
I think he's a bit wounded, Dane Villas. Big full toss, takes everyone by surprise. I think it hits him on the ankle. Another one again, another streaky one, Bumble. Where's second?
It's gone quickly, it's gone really low. The first slip has now just moved into a second slip position. It would have been very, very low with this. Full swinging outside edge, it's catchable.
Well, they've only got themselves to blame. That's the third ball that's gone through that region since tea. First couple may not have carried. I think that one definitely would have carried. It would have been a difficult chance. Now they're going to reinforce that area. That horse is about 4 fields away, I'm afraid. 39th over in this match for Mahmood. It's a good stint. It's a good effort in the heat.
The field changes, we've seen this before. It's Luke Wells who goes into second slip, but very, very close.
Well, Mahmood, he looks a disconsolate figure now. Another over ticks by. Trailing by 112, that doesn't matter. 238 for 6. What's the number? 25 overs remaining in the day.
And a long chat, Saqib and Captain Villas. It's that sucker punch that a couple of times that he's ball quickly full outside off stump. Batsman has had a little dart at it. He's gone to second slip. They're trying all sorts of things, Lancashire, with different field positions, but there's been a clue there that 2 or 3 since the tea break have gone in that second, third slip region. They've gone quickly, they've gone low. Now it's Luke Wood again, and field changes again. So he's having to do some work, Daneville, I see it.
No deep square for Harry Duke. He has been happy to get on the pull shot. Man is rather strange, 10 yards behind square leg. It's an interesting field leg side. There's going to be a bit of chin music. Well organised. Very well organised technique, temperament excellent.
Just looking at this leg side field, and it's a square leg and backward square leg that they've been precisely positioned. He's played the hook shot very, very well. They're a little bit deeper on the leg side, one on square, one behind square.
Again on the pull. Got himself into a bit of an awkward position there. He actually does quite well there, Harry Duke, in the end, because he wants to pull it properly and pull it away with force, and then I think he realises he's in a bit of an awkward position and bails out.
Well, there's a fielder down at fine leg. He's almost in a different field. He's way, way down in front of the covers and in front of the hotel. He's just come in 5 metres or so. Going to be short. Terrific innings is this from Harry Duke. He's on 29. Don Bess has just stuck in there, 34. Real mature innings for a 19-year-old in his second game in a Roses match.
Yeah, fantastic. If he can bat through this day and walk off 50 not out, he'll be a happy man driving it back up home. 50 in first innings, obviously played nicely. It's the real deal. Well, that's the one we spoke about. You're just expecting everything to come back in the stumps. You're thinking Bold and LB are going to be the modes of dismissal. You get one outside the off stump and your eyes light up and you can't help but have a little dart at it.
Well, the way he played this, the only thing you can do is nick it. It's good bowling. You can see what they're trying to do. Let him think that it's short, short, short. And then go on drive, have a drive.
Will take some catching at slip though. Second slip's about 5 yards from the stumps. He's got a helmet on. Keeper and first are only 2 or 3 yards deeper.
Steve O'Shaughnessy is wandering up again. All right there. No problem there. I think he's just gone for a stroll.
Very relaxed character, Steve O'Shaughnessy. Nice character. All about obviously getting your decisions right, but it's how you manage the game, manage players, and he's a very accomplished umpire. That's a good over. Really testing over from Luke Wood. It's a maiden. Yorkshire won't mind that. Another over ticked off. 238 for 6.
Our first bowling change of the final session. Matt Parkinson into the attack from the James Anderson end, replacing Saqib Mahmood. 8 overs since the final interval have been negotiated without loss for Yorkshire, adding 30 runs along the way. Seen that rough created by Wood from the left armour coming from the Statham end. Not quite the target zone for Parkinson here, unless he gets the googler going.
I was urging them to do that a little earlier. I felt that come 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, that they might still be hoping that there might be a bit more out of the surface. The pitch is winning at the moment as far as Lancashire are concerned, but there's still just about enough there. Certainly with the leg spinner. This is when he comes in to his own, really. A team will look at, he'll know this. He'll know that his team and his fans and those watching. Leg spinner, very little happening for anyone else.
Around the wicket. Out comes a silly point, round a leg slip, and that's exactly where Bess elects to push. Saw this in the middle session, Nadi. Parkinson willing to jump from side to side, just to break the concentration of the set man. Work then. A lovely dipping delivery, trapping Brook in front for 52. Back over the wicket to Bess. So 120 overs gone, 238 for 6. More importantly, 23 overs left as far as Yorkshire are concerned. We joked yesterday, Nadi, that this is the most likely game to be drawn in the history of first-class cricket, Lancashire and Yorkshire. 134 times they've split the difference. That's in all first-class combinations. Thinking then, no, that can't be possible. They've got so many overs, such a huge lead, Lancashire. But here we are, deep into the final afternoon. Yorkshire still very much fighting with this young pair, Bess and Duke.
I'm hugely impressed by Duke. I'm sure the Yorkshire fans and Yorkshire dressing room more importantly are too, because you learn a lot about players when the team is in a difficult situation. He's 50 in the first innings, almost overshadowed by his 29 off 83 here. Played so well in the first innings, team at 40 for 7. So that tells you a lot about his character, but also what we're seeing here. 29 off 83. I think he took 30 odd deliveries to get off the mark. I love the way he sets up. Like the way he plays off the back foot too. You're always looking at, as a player, you're always looking at how they play off the back foot with a future development. Can he play off the back foot? Yeah. Big tick. You look at temperament. Yeah, and it may not be that he sees his side through here, but showing a lot of character.
Top scored with 52 in the first innings. As you say, coming in, and it was carnage on morning one. Change of angle. Close leave.
That's why that is such a good leave, because of the angle change. Nothing better as a batsman feeling like you've lined up a bowler, and that's why Luke Wood is trying to not let Duke do that.
Still looking to score as well, which can be often the right approach when trying to save a game. 5 boundaries for Duke so far.
Bowls him! Wood does the trick. And he loves it. All the way through Duke. And that's the breakthrough the home side needed. Yorkshire, 238 for 7. That might be the moment.
Yeah, it might well be the moment, and if it is, you've got to give a lot of credit to the way he's outthought. You can see the ball coming back in there. He's trying to leave again on line, but in the end, the misjudgment was made, partly because he was over the wicket, then round the wicket, and the batsman couldn't quite settle. So Luke Wood, terrific bit of bowling, and it took a terrific bit of bowling because he played so well. He really did. He fought hard, but in the end, Duke goes. 238 for 7 now.
We saw the close leave, 2 deliveries before, no more than a couple of inches away from the off stump. And that may very well be the last ball of his spell. 5 overs into it, final afternoon, charging in around the wicket, the effort ball, extra bit of movement. And all over for the young man Duke. He did such a fine job, as you say. But the game changes yet again. Jordan Thompson making his way to the middle. Made 10 in the first innings. Was the last to fall in that initial collapse before lunch, which feels like such a long time ago now. To think at one stage they were, as you say, 40 for 7, yet here we are nearing the final hour. The push and pull today's been outstanding. All men around the bat. There'll be a chance for Parkinson to work into the rough with Thompson as well. Last left-hander in the game. In comes the field with three balls left in the over. No singles on offer. Round the wicket to finish, changing the angle again. Silly point moves into leg slip.
Into the over, Yorkshire 238 for 7. The volume has picked up in the crowd after that wicket. They know their side are close to a rare victory at home against Yorkshire. What a day for it. Best of the year so far. Wild to start. Thompson down the end, he'll want to be for a while. His feet out there.
The other thing he can do here, Dane Villas, is a little unconventional, but almost because you've got one new batsman in, Bess has been in for such a long time, doesn't mean he's not going to get out now, but your percentages are greater if you're bowling at the new batsman. Just give him an easy one. Just put everyone back and see if he'll take the one. Runs are not a problem, just need to bowl at the new batsman. Just have him back and see whether he'd take one. He probably wouldn't, but.
So deep point, deep square, fine leg to 3 out. Mid off 2/3 of the way back as well. So there are singles on offer, but I expect we might have reached the stage where Bess might not be that keen either. Saying that, Thompson, very much an all-rounder. This Yorkshire lineup.
Absolutely. I don't mean that as a slight at all on Thompson. It's just that there's only so many deliveries Luke Wood's got left in this spell, and he wants to be bowling, I would think, more of them at the new batsman. And say it doesn't mean he can't get Bess out. And you use your resources.
And now the fine leg comes up. Likewise the deep point and the deep square. The gap at cover is filled. Really was a fine piece of bowling from Wood in the previous over, wasn't it? Getting that angle, changing direction, and the plan nearly came off at the first time of asking, but 2 balls later, bit of extra pace, a little bit more movement. Perfect result.
It's been a slow old day, hasn't it, in terms of the score? Board ticking over, but actually it's been some really good quality cricket. I think of the Parkinson dismissal, the same theory really you're talking about, round the wicket, then over the wicket to Brook. Very similar what we just saw with Wood now. And Harry Duke. So they've had to work so hard to get their wickets because the wicket is so flat.
As shown there by Bess, able to easily steer that through backward point. Not a lot of bounce to speak of now. No ball signalled. Let's go back and do it again. Solid from Bess, but Parkinson now gets a look at the new man Thompson at 2:45 for 7. 20 overs to go.
This will be quite challenging for the left-hander. I don't think there's quite as much rough batting at the Statham end as the Anderson end for the left-hander propping forward, but I'd be very surprised if Parkinson's not round the wicket trying to hit that rough just outside that off stump. We saw it with Adam Lyth straight away. Lyth wasn't sure whether to go forward or back and got caught leg gully, leg slip. Not easy, particularly when you first come in, which ball to play at. Short legs in the game, silly point, all the men round the bat in the game.
Yeah, maybe that spell from Wood where he has gone over around the wicket rather at times. Maybe he just might have, out of the scuff or two, increased the target size of rough there for Parkinson, coming around the wicket initially to Thompson. Boxed him with 4 catches. Reached that stage. No real interest. We might have clipped the pad on the way through. In any case, they stay put and go again. That's hit the foot marks. And sharply, but a long way outside the off stump for Thompson to be lunging forward.
Well, he needs to be playing at those. Parkinson's feeling very much in the game.
Parkinson bowled a long spell to bowl out Kent on the final day, taking 7 for 126, but bowled all day. He finished the job here. Parkinson likes it. Not a lot of support. Turned down accordingly. Another maiden, 245 for 7. But as you say, Nick Knight, Parkinson is in the game. Might have been just a little bit of a better shot than we thought at first glance.
I think he was saying the same to his teammates. He was saying, come on, lads, come on, help me out. Think of some of the great left-handers that played out of the rough so well. And I can't come up with many better, actually, than the former Yorkshire overseas player, Darren Lehman. He was wonderful at playing leg spin or off spin out of the rough. Where he got forward and back, he got fully forward, but he played a lot off the back foot as well.
So Liam Livingstone into the attack. He's bowled 17 overs. Looks like he'll start bowling his leg breaks. Bess happy to take the single first ball. But yes, we've seen Livingstone bowl off spin and leg spin, a combination of the two throughout the course of day 3 and 4.
I think that's worked really well for Lancashire. I think Liam Livingstone is delighted. He's got potentially 5 deliveries in the rough, and I think there's a bit more rough bowling at this end, stay them in. This was the end where Lyth just got a little stuck betwixt and between, coming forward and back.
You can see what he's got to work with there on the right-hand side of the pitch. Plenty of rough. Can he find it? That's there. Right where he needs to be. Thompson not forward nor back.
Tough being a lefty. Yeah. Tough being a lefty, isn't it? Hey. Hey.
Almost a replica Thompson just down in time.
Sharp turn there. So I think it's also tougher for the modern players. The players are playing now, it's tougher because of DRS. I mean, go back years and years, we used to just thrust our pad out at it. And umpires pre-DRS used to give us not out most of the time. Can't really do that anymore. Well, you see him playing with the bat a lot. That's what they have to do more so now.
Ambitious half shout there from Livingston from another far shorter delivery. Got to use the track, get it up a fraction more. Round the corner, off the pad. An eventful over from the leg spinner. 2:46 for 7 and the crowd come to voice. They know that their boys aren't far away here. With the leg breakers working in tandem. For the briefest moment, Dom Bess, like maybe there's 2 there down to long on, but Thompson happy to take responsibility.
I'm not surprised by this. Bess has been in for a long time. He's got 40, he's been in for 130 balls. They're trying to save the game. I just feel he's exposing his partner at the most. Not easy left-hander against the leg spinners. Rough patch. Get off strike for a little while.
Had the long on back for that exact reason, and Bess was happy to ease it down there. Making a single from the first ball of the last 2 overs, actually. One other footmark on there for the wrong un. Will we see it? We saw a couple yesterday turn sharply. Right next to where Silly Point is standing. Come the field with a couple of balls to come. In turn, Parkinson says, I'll go around the wicket then. Doesn't look for the single. Happy to leave Thompson to it. 2:48 for 7. 17 overs to go. So the milk to strike game is taking place, but only one team are engaging. That's Lancashire. At this stage, Bess and Thompson happy to take it as it comes.
It's difficult. I mean, Thompson there saying to Bess, he might be saying, just let me get in and you face as many balls as possible. At the moment, he's just a little exposed. He's going to have to go again here outside that off stump.
Two full. Happy to come back for the second. 250's up, 250 for 7. They've been out there for 758 deliveries. Gutsy effort from Yorkshire. It's turned plenty. Short, so arms were shouldered, but nevertheless, he's giving it a massive rip. Round the corner, not far. Run away for 4. Not too dissimilar to the chance that went the way of leg slip with Adam Lyth 24 hours ago.
So difficult as a left-hander here. He's trying to get across the crease because he wants to play with as straight a bat as possible when defending on that off-stump line. If you play with half a bat, that's when silly point and short leg are in the game. But if you go too far across, then leg gully, leg slip in the game. Oh.
With that shoot. Love to see it. Late on the final day. And to finish, 254 for 7. Ring the bell. It's time for the final hour.
.96 to win, don't worry about that. Last hour. Lancashire need 3 more wickets. They've toiled hard all day. Glorious setting. Alex Wharf just letting everyone know. We're into the last hour of play. Don Bess has stood firm, 40 not out. Played nicely. Jordan Thompson has been less convincing, but he's still there. On 7. He crossed alongside him. It's been an absorbing day. It's been a wonderful day. How do you see this playing out?
Well, we've got an exciting hour ahead of us, haven't we? Lancashire searching for those wickets. Just starting to see a little bit more turn now. Matt Parkinson, 253. Be itching to take these wickets and seal this game, but guarantee on that first session of the first day, I didn't think we'd be getting to the final session of the 4th day.
Well, both these sides have been involved in very close finishes this season already. Yorkshire triumphing over Northants by 1 run. And Lancs toiled and toiled against Northants to prevail at the death up here at Old Trafford a few weeks ago. So both are accustomed to going the distance, shall we say.
Which dressing room would you rather be in right now?
Lancashire's. Tell you what, I'd love to be out there playing. I would love to be in this contest, whether around the bat or with the bat in hand. Jordan Thompson. Bat and pad together. He's looking to play every ball. Keaton Jennings at short legs in the game. Al Davis at leg slippers in the game. Get one to bite. Just needs one to bounce. Try and catch that glove. Change of angle back over the wicket. He's done that well today, Matt Parkinson just changed the angle over and around, and he's had the control and discipline to hit the target when he's done so.
I feel like we've not seen too much of his variations in terms of buglies or front of the hand deliveries or anything like that, but he has, like you said, he's really worked that crease quite well, and I feel like that was what created that LBW opportunity just before tea. He was coming around the wicket and bowling into that rough, and then he came over the wicket and almost just forced an error from the batsman.
256 for 7. Interesting how Don Best plays this situation. If he could try and milk as much strike as possible, or is he happy to take the one when it's offered? I think Lancashire should be more than happy to bowl the majority at Jordan Thompson. Don Best looks very comfortable. It's whether Don Bess is happy to try and manipulate the strike. Liam Livingston bowling his leg spinners. Plenty of rough to work with, plenty around the bat. That's the ball there they'd be happy with. Miles outside the off stump. Jordan Thompson playing with a slightly open face, slightly angled bat. That brings short leg into the game. No chance, absolutely no chance. No shot offered. Miles outside.
I was just going to say, I think that delivery, though, is the reason why Thompson had to play at the ball before. He's turning it so far out of that rough.
Got to try and play with as straight as bat as possible, as opposed to defending towards extra cover. Keep that bat and pad away from each other. Off spinner. Well watched, well played. Good over all the same, asking questions, but another over ticks by. 256 for 7. Well, we see one more burst from Saki Bermuda. Has he got one more 3 or 4 over burst in him? A lot of overs, close to 40 overs this week. Takes his toll on the body, but they might just need one more push, I think, from their Premier Quick. Four men around the bat. Parkinson over the wicket. That's the one there. I just wonder, can Don Best potentially eke out another couple of dots and try and take a single off ball 5 or 6?
Love to hear Stump Mike at this time, wouldn't you? Just hear what's being said.
Well, was there bat? Was there a bit of bat in that? Sharp turn. In the air. Half an appeal. Again, more in hope than an anticipation, as full of confidence. Every ball's an event, though. Matt Parkinson's got on a string.
Yeah, he's bowling beautifully here, Matt Parkinson, using that rough to his advantage. A lot of pressure on Thompson. I think this goes back to your point about Don Best farming that strike. Could he have maybe stayed on strike a few more balls, taking the pressure off Thompson?
Well, that's another over gone. Another over whistles by for Lancashire in the pursuit of these 10 wickets, 257 for 7. Every batsman nowadays all the bowlers work on their batting very hard. And Jordan Thompson is doing a good job. I just wonder, can Don Bess just try and farm it as much as possible? Try and just say, I'll take 3 or 4 balls each over and try and nick a single. Easier said than done, I guess. Bess has been out there a long time and done a good job. Well, that's going to be 4 byes. Down leg side, nutmegs Dane Villas, who's had a difficult afternoon. 4 to the total, that's immaterial. I've been there, Dane Villas. I've been there. Difficult game. Everyone thinks keeping's easy. How'd you miss that? I think that's poor cricket actually from Don Bess. I think he's got to start taking as much strike as possible. Runs doesn't matter. It don't matter at this stage. Personal runs or team runs. Now look, everyone conversing on Jordan Thompson.
He has played well though, Thompson. He's really sticking in here. It's been difficult, it's been turning. He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Well. Comparison to the first innings, I think take your hat off to Yorkshire today. I think they've batted well all day. They've really stuck at it. It's been difficult at times. There's been spells. Sakiba earlier this morning, really difficult to face, getting the ball to move.
Nicely played. Lets the ball glide off the outside edge. Yeah, Jordan Thompson has played well. He's done a good job so far. Yorkshire have been fantastic. They've shown some real spirit. Harry Brook played well. Harry Duke played well. Lyth and Colacam were good up front. They were excellent yesterday evening. Not quite at the desperation stakes yet, but not far away. Another over's gone by. 264 for 7. Yorkshire fighting hard. Great to see first-class cricket in the sunshine, going the distance with a good crowd in the stands. That's what it's all about. Action-packed summer ahead, both of the domestic game, international game, and the men's and women's arena. Fabulous setting. What a stadium this is. More renovations in the planning, I'm led to believe, but it's a great venue. It really is a top-class international venue for players and spectators alike. And of course you'll have the opportunity of 5 games here for the 100. It's going to be a fantastic event, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always proud to be able to come to Emirates Old Trafford and call it my home ground, but even more so now representing Manchester in a brand new tournament. We kicked the tournament off down at the Oval. Manchester Originals versus the Invincibles.
Put away. Rank long hop. Jordan Thompson says, thank you very much. I'm not going to be worried about rough. It's short, it's wide. I'm going to give it the treatment.
I think that's what Yorkshire have done well all day. They've jumped on that bad ball. They've still had the intent to score when it's been there to score. Yeah, we've got an exciting summer ahead. I think I spoke about it with the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, but when we get to play at test venues and first-class county venues, you're always going to see a better standard of women's cricket. I think the 100 is going to be no exception with that. There's obviously been a bit of discussion on social media around the format of the game. There seems to be a lot of people opposing it already, and they've not even seen the product, which I find fascinating. It's going to be a great opportunity for the women to be on that level playing field with the guys, get the same opportunities.
Yeah, ticket sales have been good all throughout the country, which is brilliant to see. Chance to play in front of full houses. Absolutely marvellous for both the women and the men's game.
Who are you going to support?
I'll go for my Celtic brothers, the Welsh Fire. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great competition. Another over, done and dusted. Another tick in the Yorkshire box. 269 for 7.
I think that's what you've got to do at this stage, isn't it? Just really break the game down into small chunks, go over by over, 5 minutes by 5 minutes. Still not seen Sakeeb Mahmood come back yet. You think, can't leave him too late potentially. Don't want to let the game die out too much. You want to see him back, see if he can break this partnership.
Yeah, 11 overs left. I think Saki Mahmood might take 2 or 3 of them. Just one last roll of the dice. Chopped away for another. Don Best happy to give strike to Thompson. I think it's fair enough. Thompson's played well. Give him the confidence. Yeah, the 100's going to be great, actually. It's a great opportunity for fans old and new to get involved in the game. See a new competition, some new rules, but I think the players have really taken to it. I think the players are really pumped. Brand new competition, brand new concept.
It feels different as well. As a player, it does feel different. We've done a few content days with Sky, with the BBC. You know, obviously there's no cricket to show at the minute, but we're trying to get all the content to capture it. And it's got a different vibe about it. It's got a real fun, energetic, colourful kind of feeling to it. I think that as a player, that's exciting. You know, that's something that you want to be involved in. You want to be playing in something that gets bums on seats and gets people in stadium to watch. And just, yeah, like I said, it fascinates me that people can oppose something that they've not really seen the product of. And we've played a few warm-up games, and it's exactly the same. It's a game of cricket. The only thing I would say that from when we played our warm-up games is that it felt a bit more static than 2020 cricket. You know, every 6 balls you're moving around in the field as a fielder. Whereas in the 100 you've got 10 balls, so it can feel a little bit static. But other than that, it's a game of cricket. Whoever scores the most runs wins.
Simple as that. 270 for 7. Stunning evening here in Manchester, the home of sport. I said the home of music. Did my first ever game on TV here for Sky in about 2010. I was paired with Bumble for the first 5 overs. Lancashire, Leicestershire, and I reckon for the first 4 overs we didn't speak one bit about cricket. We spoke about music, indie music, Oasis and Stone Roses, and we had the director in our ear saying, any chance you could talk about the actual cricket on the field?
We obviously do get a few concerts down here in the summer. Very privileged to have held that One Love concert after the Ariana Grande bombing in Manchester. I was lucky enough to be here as well for that night. It was an incredible night. Real kind of show of unity in the city. Felt really proud to be from Manchester.
Well, this is it. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Trump card. Saki Mahmood back into the attack. We've got 36 minutes left of play. Can he just prize 1 or 2 out? Can he do something special and give Lancs a bang bang and stick 8 and 9 on it? Now or never. He's looked international quality all through this game. Can he just give one more killer blow for the Red Rose? Don Best standing firm. Yeah, I've been to a lot of concerts up here. I've seen Oasis here a few times. 3 times I've watched Oasis in Manchester. That's a gig. Oasis in their hometown. Place for rocking. Watched Stereophonics here a few times.
In comparison to that, I went and watched the Spice Girls a couple of years ago at the Etihad. That was a great night.
Each to their own.
Didn't see you at that one.
Chopped away. Yeah, lost my ticket. Shame. Ah, they've got some tunes, the Spice Girls, to be fair.
It was one of those concerts you couldn't miss. Being born in the 90s, you know, grew up with the Spice Girls. I was always Sporty Spice, obviously. Yeah, I couldn't miss that one.
Was that the reunion tour?
Yeah, it was.
I think I was in Cardiff during that tour. I was manic in the streets of Cardiff during that tour. I think they're having another tour. They're having another reunion, I believe.
Wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. I'm sure it would have brought in Plenty of money for them.
Round the wicket. Short leg slip, 2 slips in play.
Be a real test for Saqib Mahmood here. In his 25th over of the day. Got superbly this morning, didn't he? Be looking to try and recreate that. I thought he wasn't at his best when he came back after lunch. Just couldn't quite find his line and length. See if he can produce something here for Lancashire.
Ben Coden, Dwayne Olivier still to come. Just one more. That's all you'll be saying as a fielding unit. One more, boys. Not going to be easy to start against the reverse swinging pace and a good leg spinner. Going down to the wire. Here we go! Feather! Saqib Mahmood, you absolute beauty for Lancashire. Back in. One more roll of the dice. Jordan Thompson thought about playing, went to leave, feather through to the captain.
Got a feel for Thompson there, feathering at a ball that he didn't need to play at. He could have left that alone, but that's what the pacer Saqib Mahmood can do. Just put a little bit of doubt in his mind. Attacked the stumps early in this over and then just offered him that one to have a go at. And it's that man Saqib again. Bowled superbly this morning. He's doing a job for Lancashire here.
Now Thompson's got to go for 14. Yorkshire 271 for 8. Well, 8 down Yorkshire. Ben Code has been up there with his flip-flops on all afternoon, enjoying his batsmen do a great job, and now he's got to get a side over the line. Talented bowler, but he's got a job to do for half an hour or so. Saqib Mahmood, 4 for 47. Crowd are up. Crowd have come alive. Exactly what they've wanted. Listen to the crowd. The Lancashire faithful found that voice at last.
Hint of movement there from Saqib. Said it earlier in the day, but he's a captain's dream, isn't he? He's just bowled his 25th over of the day, 4 for 47. He's made something happen for Lancashire. That's what you talk about, that international quality. Players like that make things happen. See it a lot with the likes of Ben Stokes. Finds a way of making things happen.
Oh, they're enjoying it. Getting over the heartbreak of last night, maybe. Man City going down, or maybe Man U on Thursday, who knows? Callum Parkinson. Matt Parkinson, rather. Callum, I'm just watching the Leicestershire scorecard and I saw Callum's name. I beg your pardon, Matt Parkinson. How dare I? Callum Parkinson, a good cricketer too, for the Leicester Foxes.
Be interesting to see now how Don Best farms this strike, how much trust he's got in Ben Code. Field comes in.
All the field in now. Almost saying the best. Yeah, you can take Parkinson. We want Saki Mahmood to go at code. Is Best good enough? Is he brave enough to try and get one away for a single with a couple of balls to spare? There is a gap of square leg and mid-wicket if he wants to go against the spin. It is risky. He needs a bit of length to work with, I think, try and work it in that gap. Is out! Huge appeal! Well, what's happening there? It was all happening. Ball was bobbling around, people juggling, jumping. Steve O'Shaughnessy says no.
Are we not going to know if he got a little edge on that, but there was certainly a lot of theatrics that went with it. Great catch in the end.
That's had everything this match. The crowd are up again. Well, Don Best says over to you, Ben Code. Well bowled, Matt Parkinson, good over. 271 for 8.
And a miss. Tension here at Old Trafford in the crowd. They're beginning to get involved in the game. Feel for Ben Cody, played pretty well in the first innings. They were in a desperate situation then. Bess has played remarkably well under the pressure. And Saqib Mahmood is steaming in. And Matt Parkinson at the other end. So the best two combinations, I would say. It's not reversing a lot, but you just feel there's enough there for Mahmood, who's been, well, simply outstanding.
And the way that Saqib bowled yesterday with the old ball was that he wasn't searching for the in-swing at every delivery. He actually was willing to bowl back of a length and look for the outside edge. And the in-swinging Yorker was the change-up, and it worked so nicely to blow the pad off Collar Cadmore. Can he replicate that and pick himself up a 5-wicket bag? It's been well earned. He's been fantastic.
Yes, given. It took a while for the finger to be raised. I'm not even sure that Saqib was convinced himself. They were convinced behind the stumps, and Ben Code trudges off. You can just see the disappointment. He can't quite believe it, whether that's because he knows he's out or whether that's because he feels he's been given out when he didn't hit it. Who knows? But the celebrations continue. They're almost there.
He's bereft. Doesn't think he hit it. The late appeal, half a question, but behind the wicket they were convinced they heard a noise, and that was enough to win the decision. 1 to go for Lancashire.
Yeah, you could see, I think that is why you see the shake of the head. It looked like Saqib didn't even go up. It was just an apologetic appeal, really, out frustration. The decision has been given, and that's all that matters. So 1 to go. The decision to go back to Saki, perhaps an obvious one, but a good one from Vilas. 271 for 9. Still half an hour or so to go. 7.5 overs. Seems a long way away now. Bess, Dom Bess, what have you got? Can you try and occupy the crease and keep Olivier out of the crease as much as possible? Can you dominate the strike? He's going to have to face a few here. He's been sat watching his teammates. He'd be hoping he was never going to be in this position.
Great work from Vilas as well, bringing in the third slip, the previous delivery. Just giving Coates something extra to think about and playing at a ball he didn't need to, and now we see the number 11.
What a game of cricket, though. I mean, championship cricket at its very best. The fight back that Yorkshire have shown, it may be enough, it may not be, but so far behind the game for so long. Yeah, they're getting involved now. every ball you feel like there's going to be an edge or a wicket. Dom Bess standing at the non-strikers end, he can do very little about it. He's going to have to be quite canny now if he gets the chance. Try and occupy the bat for as much of the time left in the game as he can.
That was a beauty. Line of the off stump forcing him to play. One more opportunity here.
What an over. 271 for 9.
And what an afternoon for the fans of Lancashire. The first game back at Old Trafford with a crowd, and how they've enjoyed this tussle. And it really has been. At no stage throughout the course of the 4 days did we think we had the close one at Manchester. But Yorkshire decided otherwise. Some brave batting, but also some fine bowling. Saqib Mahmood, 26 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 47. It really has been a statement from him. Outstanding.
Yeah, I'm sure Lancashire are right. They're not even bothering to put the men out on the one because they know Bess is not going to take the one. There's no point. Bess is thinking, trying to get through the first 3, maybe 4, and then think about a 1, if he can. They're celebrating. They're celebrating. Finger goes up. It took a while. Dom Bess is going nowhere. But Matt Parkinson and Saqib Mahmood have done it for Lancashire. They really do deserve it. You can't take it away from them. And you can see what it means. The Roses clash. The disappointment for Yorkshire. But they really have played their part in the last day and a half or so. But in the end, Lancashire just too good. They outskilled their opponents. And in the end, they were just about good enough.
And what a response, charging out to the eastern side of the ground. They beat the old enemy at Old Trafford for the first time in 21 years. In the end, it's emphatic as far as the scorecard is concerned, but really, they've done it by about 20 minutes. And appropriate that Saqib Mahmood and Matt Parkinson with a 2 at the end to finish the job.
Yeah, it's been a great day for Lancashire. Great disappointment, I'm sure, for Yorkshire, but it's also been a great day for 4-day cricket, for championship cricket, and for the Roses clash. Whatever sort of cricket you like, whether it be T20 cricket, 50-over cricket, we've seen a terrific game of 4-day championship cricket. They had to work so hard, and they found a couple of heroes in the end. Very little for Lancashire bowlers on this surface. Pretty good batting wicket right throughout the 4 days. They needed the leg spin and they needed a bit of reverse swing, and the skill of Saqib and all the bowlers. Easy to highlight Parkinson and Saqib as we've done right at the end. Lamb and Bailey, Livingston's played his part, they all have. And there's a very, very relieved coach.
And Luke Wood to get them going in the final session. They were hanging on, and Wood, the final delivery from the 5th over of his spell around the wicket, castling Harry Duke for 29, and that was the incision they needed in this final stanza. And as soon as Saqib Mahmood was brought back from the Anderson end, he was going to be a handful, and Parkinson swung around to the Statham end where he was getting more turn throughout the course of the innings. That final outside edge completing a wonderful 4 days of cricket in Manchester.
Yeah, played in good spirit too. And you have to commend the fight and spirit of Yorkshire. Young Harry Duke, Harry Brook as well. The way the two openers fought so hard last night. Been in the field for 170 overs, yet they found something. And there's a very happy captain. Absolute brilliant cricket we've seen. Two good sides. So much to play for. Top two sides in the Group 3. Lancashire obviously will extend their position at the top. And it's the top two sides who go into Division 1. And at the moment it's not confirmed yet, but it looks very likely that Lancashire will certainly be one of those sides. All there, you can see what it means to the players, to the coaches, to the support staff, to the fans that got involved right at the end as well. There'll be some celebrations in that dressing room for the next couple of hours, that is for sure.
Means such an awful lot, doesn't it? They did the job 10 years ago in this competition, and as you say, Nick, everything would need to go wrong for them not to qualify first or second out of this group, which means they will be there at the business end, giving themselves an opportunity at the pointy end of the season. That race to September well and truly on for Lancashire.
A great cricket wicket as well. I mean, we'll compliment the players, rightly so, and the way the game finished at the end there, but I thought we've had a brilliant 4 days of cricket, and it was helped by the surface. You can perhaps look round and say, well, at times the pitches aren't what you'd like them to be, but the pitch has definitely played a part. What a great 4 days we just had.
Mentioned it before, at no stage did it feel like we had the close result. The way that Lancashire were able to essentially bat Yorkshire out of the game, or so we thought. 509, they batted for 2 days, and all the hard yakka that was required from Yorkshire just to keep themselves in it, but a bit of brilliance at the end, and you needed it on that surface. I mean, that's what we want to see, isn't it? You can't always facilitate tracks that deteriorate that way in April and May, but a nice weekend, bank holiday weekend, the conditions have suited perfectly. Test match venue, test match pitch, and some test match bowling from Saqib Mahmood at the end. His reputation is certainly enhanced over what he's done on the first morning and on the final afternoon.
I mean, rightly we're concentrating on the side that won, but how do you feel for Yorkshire right now? I mean, we see them going up there, Lancashire, and celebrating, the noise coming from the dressing room, understandably, but we've all been in a position where you've given absolutely everything and it's just not quite enough for Yorkshire.
Sensed it by the way that Ben Code made his way from the field, the penultimate wicket to fall. Look, he didn't think he hit it, and look, maybe he didn't, but the way that he trudged off and smacked the advertising buffer as well, that was gut-wrenching for them, having batted for, in the end, 136.2 overs, so nearly a day and a half in the middle, to come that close within 20 minutes of salvaging a draw. You can imagine what it would have been like in that dressing room over the course of the last couple of hours. That belief via Dom Bess, who wanted it so badly, but ultimately it wasn't quite enough. But, oh yes, the fight. They've shown themselves as well to be a commendable opponent, certainly after falling to 40 for 7 on the first day, skittled for 159. To bounce back from that, to show that kind of resilience in the second innings, they're made of stern stuff.
There's a few younger cricketers that have enhanced their reputation, haven't they? You think of Harry Duke, Harry Brook, who battled so hard in the earlier part of the afternoon. But you think what they've got out of a game like this, just to be part of these 4 days. I know it's a Roses clash and you expect a bit of drama, but to have been part of a game like this.
think that's right. The two Harrys, 52 apiece. Duke in the first innings and Brooke in the second. Different circumstances, but under the pump on both occasions. And that's the opportunity Yorkshire had in the second innings, which we discussed when Lancashire were piling on the runs. A young batting group, sure, all the test stars and the one-day stars out of the Yorkshire team. It does afford the opportunity for young players to solidify their position in the team. Duke, of course, made a golden duck in his only innings in first-class cricket until this weekend. And to think the way that he batted on both the first and final day, and Brooke today as well, it does mean they have plenty to take from it. We're only at the halfway mark of the season when you consider the road to September, and look, there'll be two young men which, as I say, they'll take plenty from this.
I mean, it looks like they're going to go through to Division 1 now, Lancashire, and you wouldn't bet against that, obviously, and you wouldn't bet against them going on and really dominating from here on in. They look a terrific side, don't they?
Down their batting lineup, I mean, they have been so consistent coming into this game that, like, every one of their players from 1 to 8, with the exception of Liam Livingstone, who came in belatedly, has a 4 or 5 in front of their batting average. I mean, that is formidable to start with. Then you look at the depth of bowling. You see the way that Bailey bowled on the first day with Sakib, and the change bowlers in Lamb and Wood, the spin of Parkinson, the extra option of Livingstone. They seem to have every base covered, which is what you need if you're going to mount a serious title campaign later in the year. And look, yeah, it's been a decade. They've had some ups and downs at Lancashire between times, going down to Division 2, relegated a couple of times, but here they are, and almost certainly in the final month of the season, and they look very balanced. They look like a team which is going to be incredibly hard to beat.
I don't know if we can show it. It'd be great if we could see that last wicket and the celebrations, really, because, I mean, it just kind of sums up what we've been sort of thinking might happen, but it just took a little while for that to be given out. Don Best was going nowhere, and in the end you can see they were just sort of pleading with the umpire, hoping that finger would be raised. I mean, I think it's fair enough. They obviously knew that it was out, but you just felt, didn't you, for Don Best then, who'd worked so hard.
The only thing I would have changed is they may have run to the western side of the ground where the fans were going wild, where most of them have been sitting in the sun all day. But no, the celebrations fitted the moment. It's been so long since they've beat Yorkshire at this grand old ground. Indeed, so long since they've beat Yorkshire full stop in the county championship, a decade since they were last successful. So Rose's clashes have so much riding on them regardless of where they are on the table. The fact that they came in first and second with so much of the season yet to be played, but so much of the hard work done into this position. Put it this way, I can't wait for the rematch at Scarborough in July.
That is absolutely right. We've been treated, haven't we, the last 4 days here. It's been absolutely wonderful cricket. Right, we're just about done. Our next live cricket is, of course, on Wednesday. That's the first Test match, England against New Zealand. That at Lord's. The second Test match is at Edgbaston a little later the next week. So we've got a couple more games coming up for you. But it's been an absolute treat. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. The rivalry then of the Roses clash certainly didn't disappoint, and congratulations to Lancashire. We'll see you soon.